Epictetus was born into a world that offered him no freedom at all. Sometime around the middle of the 1st century AD, in the city of Hierapolis in Phrygia, he entered life as a slave. His name itself, Epictetus, meant acquired, a word used for property, not for people. He belonged to Epaphroditus, a powerful freedman in the household of Emperor Nero. In Rome, surrounded by marble, politics, and cruelty, Epictetus lived at the very bottom of society. And yet, from this position of absolute powerlessness, he would later become one of history's most influential teachers of inner freedom. As night settles and the world grows quiet, it is worth remembering that Epictetus never wrote a single book. Everything we know of his thoughts comes through the careful notes of a student, Arian, who listened as his teacher spoke, calmly, plainly, without ornament. These teachings were not meant to impress. They were meant to steady a shaken mind. Epictetus's early life was marked by hardship. Ancient sources suggest that he was lame, possibly from abuse suffered during his enslavement. One later story tells of his master twisting his leg until it broke, to which Epictetus reportedly responded, without anger, "You will break it." When it happened, he simply said, "Did I not tell you so?" Whether literal or symbolic, the story captures the essence of his philosophy. Pain is unavoidable, but suffering is a choice shaped by our judgments. In Rome, Epictetus encountered Stoic philosophy, a school of thought that taught self-control, rationality, and harmony with nature. Stoicism did not promise happiness through wealth or pleasure. Instead, it offered something far more radical: peace of mind, regardless of circumstance. For a slave with no legal rights, this was not an abstract idea. It was survival. At the center of Epictetus' teaching was a simple distinction, repeated again and again. Some things are within our control, and some things are not. Our opinions, desires, and actions belong to us. Our bodies, reputations, possessions, and social status do not. Most human misery, he believed, comes from confusing the two, from trying to control what cannot be controlled, and neglecting mastery over what can. When Epictetus eventually gained his freedom, he did not seek comfort or prestige. He lived modestly, owning little more than a cloak and a lamp. He began teaching openly in Rome, attracting students from across the empire. Senators, soldiers, administrators, men who possessed power over others, yet felt powerless over their own fears. But Rome was not a safe place for philosophers. In AD 93, Emperor Domitian expelled philosophers from the city, viewing them as threats to authority. Epictetus left quietly and settled in Nicopolis, in northwestern Greece. There he founded a small school that would become legendary. His classroom was not gentle. Epictetus did not soothe his students with soft reassurances. He challenged them. He provoked them. He asked why they were so distressed by insults, by loss, by death, events that had always been part of the human condition. "You are not disturbed by things," he told them, "but by the views you take of them." In the evenings, as oil lamps flickered and the world beyond the walls faded into darkness, Epictetus taught that philosophy was not a topic to be discussed, but a way to live. If a student claimed to understand Stoicism, yet became angry at an insult, Epictetus would say that the lesson had not yet been learned. Knowledge meant nothing without practice. One of his most enduring ideas was the concept of inner freedom. True freedom, he argued, did not depend on laws or chains. A person enslaved by fear, desire, or approval was no freer than one in physical bondage, and a person who accepted reality, who aligned their will with what happens, could not truly be enslaved at all. He reminded his students that everything in life is temporary: health, loved ones, success, even the self. To cling to what must eventually disappear is to guarantee suffering. Instead, Epictetus urged them to greet each day with a quiet readiness, to enjoy what is given, and to let go when it is taken away. This was not pessimism, it was preparation. Epictetus spoke often about death, not as something morbid, but as something clarifying. Remembering mortality, he believed, stripped away trivial concerns and sharpened moral focus. When faced with fear, he asked a simple question: is this within my control? If not, then it deserved neither panic nor despair. His influence quietly spread. One of his most famous intellectual descendants was Emperor Marcus Aurelius, who carried Stoic principles into the highest office in the empire. Through Marcus and through Arrian's written records, the Discourses and the Enchiridion, Epictetus's voice reached across centuries. And yet, the man himself remained humble, almost invisible. He did not seek to be remembered. He sought only to live consistently with nature and reason. He never married. He raised an orphan late in life, not out of duty, but compassion. When asked how one should live, he gave no grand system, only discipline, attention, and honesty with oneself. As the night deepens, Epictetus's message feels strangely modern. In a world overwhelmed by noise, distraction, and constant comparison, his advice is stark and calming. Stop demanding that reality conform to your wishes. Focus instead on shaping your character. Accept what happens. Act with integrity. Let go of what is not yours to command. He did not promise happiness in the conventional sense. He promised something quieter and more enduring: tranquility, a mind that cannot be shaken by insult, loss, or fear, a life guided not by circumstance, but by choice. Epictetus died sometime in the early 2nd century AD, likely without ceremony. No statues were raised in his honor during his lifetime. No monuments marked his passing. And yet, long after emperors were forgotten and palaces turned to dust, his words continued to steady anxious minds. Perhaps that is the final lesson he leaves us: that a life lived in accordance with reason and acceptance needs no applause. Its reward is already complete. As you rest now, let that thought settle gently. There are things you cannot control, and there are things you can. Knowing the difference, Epictetus believed, is the beginning of freedom, even in the darkest of times. Close your eyes now. Let the heaviness of the day drop from your shoulders like a heavy cloak unclasped and falling to the floor. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. Now, breathe. Imagine the air is warm and smells faintly of mineral water and sun-baked stone. We are drifting back nearly 2,000 years, hovering over the Lycus River Valley in what is today Turkey, but was then the Roman province of Phrygia. The light here is extraordinary, bright and unforgiving, reflecting off vast white terraces of limestone that cascade down the mountainside like a frozen waterfall. This is Hierapolis, the holy city, a place famous for its healing thermal springs and the strange poisonous vapors that seep from the earth, believed to be the breath of the underworld. It is here, amidst the steam, and the stark white stone that our story truly begins. We see a child, born roughly around the year 50 AD, though the exact date is lost to the mists of time. History, after all, is notoriously bad at keeping receipts for the poor. He is born into the anonymity of slavery, likely the son of enslaved parents, which makes him property from his very first breath. There is a cruel irony in his birthplace. Hierapolis is a destination for the wealthy seeking health and restoration in its warm, calcium-rich waters. Yet this boy will grow up with a body that will eventually be broken. We do not know his mother's face or his father's voice. We do not even know his real name. Epictetus is merely a description, a cold adjective in Greek that means acquired or gained, as one might label a new chair or a piece of livestock. It is a label that attempts to erase his humanity, to reduce a living soul to an entry in a ledger. But names are tricky things. Sometimes the simplest label hides the most complex contents. Historians still argue whether he was born with his physical disability or if it was inflicted upon him later. But as we watch him in the mind's eye, a small figure navigating the bustling, wool-scented markets of Hierapolis, we see a resilience taking root. The city is loud, filled with the bleating of sheep, the chatter of merchants selling the region's famous purple dye, and the distant rumble of Roman carts. The young Epictetus walks these streets, perhaps unnoticed, his eyes taking in the grand theatre and the temple of Apollo, structures built by hands like his for masters he does not yet know. He is merely a new acquisition, waiting to be shipped west toward the center of the world. The sun dips lower over the white travertine terraces, casting long violet shadows across the valley. The air cools, and the smell of sulfur from the springs grows sharper in the twilight. He does not know it yet, but he is about to leave this valley of healing waters for a city of marble and blood. His journey is just beginning, and the road leads to Rome. The journey west is a blur of motion and dust, a transition that feels less like travel and more like being swallowed by a great, hungry beast. To be a slave in the 1st century is to be cargo, and cargo does not enjoy the view. Yet we can imagine the young Epictetus, his legs dangling from the back of a wooden ox cart, watching the white cliffs of his homeland fade into the heat haze. The cart rumbles over the stones of the Roman roads, marvels of engineering that slice through hills and span rivers with arrogant straightness. The Romans conquered the world, but they never quite conquered the tendency of a cart to find every single bump in the road, a rhythmic jostling that likely lulls the boy into a fitful sleep as the miles grind away beneath the wheels. He is moved along the great arterial veins of the empire, perhaps traveling the Via Egnatia, the road that links the east to the Adriatic Sea. It is a long, slow ribbon of paved basalt, crowded with the traffic of a superpower. Legions marching in perfect step, their armor clinking like heavy rain, couriers on sweating horses carrying imperial decrees, and merchants guarding wagons of silk, spices, and grain. Epictetus is just one small speck in this vast river of humanity flowing toward the capital. When the land finally gives way to the sea, the sensory world shifts from dust to salt. He is herded onto a grain freighter or a merchant galley, a vessel smelling of tar, unwashed bodies, and the sharp, briny tang of the Mediterranean. The ship is a wooden shell, bobbing on a dark, indifferent ocean. For a boy from the inland valleys of Phrygia, the sea must seem terrifyingly vast, a liquid desert that stretches to the edge of the world. At night, lying on the rough deck planks, he might look up at the same stars that will one day populate his lectures. The gentle rocking of the boat is a cradle, swaying him between his past and his future. The sailors speak a mix of Greek and Latin, their voices rough and low, telling stories of storms and sea monsters. But the real monster is the city waiting at the end of the voyage. Historians estimate that during this period, perhaps 1 in every 3 people in Italy was enslaved, a staggering statistic that turns the human soul into a mere commodity. Epictetus is part of a massive, silent migration, a flow of bodies fueling the engine of Rome. He is not a person here. He is an investment, a unit of labor, a speaking tool, as the Roman agricultural writer Varro once coldly classified slaves. Tools that are mute, wagons; tools that make semi-articulate sounds, cattle; and tools that speak, slaves. The ship eventually docks at Puteoli, or perhaps the bustling port of Ostia, the mouth of the Tiber. Here, the noise is a physical weight, the shouting of stevedores, the creaking of cranes lifting marble blocks, the chaotic mingling of languages from every corner of the known world. It is an assault on the senses. The air is thick with the smell of rotting fish, garlic, and the swampy odor of the river. Epictetus is offloaded, his legs stiff from the voyage, and guided onto a barge for the final leg up the Tiber. The river is sluggish and brown, winding its way inland like a muddy snake. As they drift closer, the horizon begins to change. The countryside, dotted with villas and cypress trees, grows denser. Smoke smudges the sky ahead, a permanent grey thumbprint over the hills. And then it appears. Rome. It is not just a city. It is a mountain range of brick and stone, a sprawling, chaotic organism that seems to have devoured the 7 hills it sits upon. To a provincial boy, the sight is overwhelming. Temples with gold-leafed roofs catch the sun, blindingly bright. Aqueducts march across the landscape on high arches, carrying rivers of water into the city's heart. Tenement blocks, the insulae, rise 5, 6, 7 stories high, leaning precariously over narrow, shadowed streets. The barge docks at the Emporium, the riverside district of warehouses and markets. Epictetus is led through the streets, and the sheer volume of humanity is shocking. Rome in the time of Nero is a city of perhaps 1 million souls, packed into a space that feels ready to burst. The noise is a constant roar, the clatter of iron-rimmed wheels, the barking of dogs, the cries of street vendors selling sausages and warm wine, the chanting of priests, and the arguments of beggars. It is a sensory overload, a kaleidoscope of wealth and squalor existing side by side. He passes litters carried by tall, silent Nubian slaves, inside of which recline men in white togas, their faces bored and soft. He sees children playing with knucklebones in the gutter, oblivious to the grandeur rising above them. He smells the roasting pork from a roadside tavern, the heavy incense drifting from a shrine to Isis, and the pungent, unmistakable stench of the open sewers. This is the center of the world, the caput mundi, and it is terrifyingly indifferent to his presence. He has walked through the Subura, the crowded, dangerous district known for its vice and its vitality, where the buildings seem to lean in to whisper secrets to one another. Finally, the procession stops before a grand residence, likely on the Esquiline Hill, where the wealthy build their palaces to catch the breeze and escape the malaria of the valleys. This is the household of Epaphroditus. The name might sound pleasant to the ear, It means favored by Aphrodite or lovely. But the man himself is a figure of formidable, sharp-edged power. Epictetus is a freedman, a former slave who has risen to become the secretary, a libellus, to Emperor Nero. This means he handles the emperor's petitions. He is the gatekeeper to the most powerful man on earth. To own a slave like Epictetus is a small matter for him, a minor line item in a ledger of immense influence. The gates of the domus open, and the noise of the city is instantly cut off, replaced by the cool, quiet splashing of a fountain in the atrium. The transition is jarring. Outside, the world screams. Inside, it whispers. The floor is a mosaic of intricate geometric patterns, cool and smooth underfoot. Marble busts of ancestors, or perhaps the emperor, stare blankly from alcoves. The air here is perfumed, smelling of cedar and rosewater. Epictetus is brought before the steward, inspected like a piece of livestock, and assigned his place. He is no longer just a body on a boat. He is now a servant in the shadow of the imperial throne. The reality of his new life settles in with the coming of the evening. The household of a high-ranking imperial freedman is a city within a city, a hierarchy as rigid and cutthroat as the Roman Senate itself. There are hundreds of slaves here: cooks, cleaners, secretaries, runners, bodyguards, hairdressers, and silver polishers. Epictetus is at the bottom of this pyramid, a young boy with no skills, no connections, and a body that is already showing signs of frailty. He is given a tunic of rough wool and a corner to sleep in, perhaps on a straw mat in a corridor, or a small stifling room shared with others. As the lamps are lit throughout the vast house, casting flickering shadows against the frescoed walls, he listens to the murmur of the household settling down. He can hear the distant, muffled sounds of a banquet in the triclinium, the clinking of silver cups, the laughter of guests, the strumming of a lyre. It is a world he serves but cannot touch. He is close to power, yet infinitely far from it. And as he closes his eyes in this strange stone belly of Rome, he realizes that the journey is not over. The road has merely changed from dirt to marble, and the hardest part of the path, the navigation of the human soul under tyranny, lies directly ahead. The night is heavy, but in the silence of his own mind, the first quiet questions begin to form, seeds of a philosophy that will one day outlast the empire itself. To serve Epaphroditus is to stand at the very edge of a volcano. The master is a man of immense influence, a secretary who holds the emperor's secrets in his hands like fragile glass vials. But his power is entirely derivative. It flows from one source, Nero. And so, inevitably, the young Epictetus is drawn into the orbit of the imperial court, a place where the air itself seems to vibrate with a strange, manic energy. We must imagine the boy accompanying his master, perhaps carrying scrolls, or simply waiting in the shadows of the vestibules, as Epaphroditus conducts the business of the empire. The setting for this theatre of the absurd is often the Domus Aurea, the Golden House, a palace so vast and so aggressively opulent that it swallowed a massive swath of the city center after the Great Fire of 64 AD. It is less a home and more a landscape of ego made manifest in brick and gold. Walking into the Golden House is like stepping inside a dream, or perhaps a fever. The scale is intentionally disorienting. There are not just rooms but forests, not just fountains, but a man-made lake big enough to host mock naval battles, situated right where the Colosseum stands today. The ceilings are so high They seem to have their own weather systems, painted with fantastic beasts and swirling gods that stare down at the mortals below. The walls are sheathed in gold leaf and studded with semi-precious stones, catching the light of 1,000 oil lamps and throwing it back with a glare that hurts the eyes. There are rumors of a dining room with a revolving ceiling that mimics the motion of the heavens, sprinkling perfume and flower petals on the guests below. A mechanical marvel that archaeologists recently found evidence of, confirming that the stories were not just feverish exaggerations. In this surreal environment, Epictetus observes the strange ecosystem of the court. He sees senators in their purple-bordered togas, men who command legions and govern provinces, sweating with palpable anxiety as they wait for an audience. They check their reflections in polished silver mirrors, adjusting folds of fabric, terrified that a hair out of place might offend the artist emperor. It is a peculiar lesson for a slave to learn, that chains are not always made of iron. Some are made of ambition and others of fear. The courtiers smile with their mouths, but their eyes are darting, restless, always scanning the room for danger. They are the most powerful men in the world, yet they flinch at the sound of a heavy door slamming shut. And then there is Nero himself. History has painted him as a caricature, a monster who fiddled while Rome burned. But the truth, as it often is more complex and perhaps more unsettling. Nero is not merely a tyrant, he is a performer. He perceives his life as a grand, ongoing opera in which he is the tragic hero, the romantic lead, and the director all at once. He sings, he plays the lyre, he recites poetry. And because he is the emperor, his art is mandatory. We might imagine a scene where Epictetus, standing invisible against a marble pillar, watches a recital. The emperor takes the stage, his face flushed, perhaps a little heavy-set, his voice straining for the high notes. The silence in the room is absolute, not the silence of appreciation, but the silence of survival. To cough, to yawn, to look bored is to risk death. There's a dark humor in it, the kind that Epictetus would later appreciate. The absolute ruler of the known world, desperate for the applause of people he can have executed with a snap of his fingers. Does the applause mean anything if the audience has no choice? Scholars still debate the true nature of Nero's popularity, while the Senate and the historians, who were mostly from the upper classes, despised him. The common people often loved him. He gave them bread, he gave them games, and he possessed a flair for the dramatic that the mob found intoxicating. But inside the palace, the atmosphere is suffocating. Epaphroditus, the master of Epictetus, is a man walking a tightrope. He must be indispensable, yet invisible. He must know everything, yet say nothing. One day, Nero is generous, gifting a villa to a favorite. The next, he is paranoid, seeing daggers in the shadows of a friend's smile. Epictetus watches his master, a man who owns the bodies of others, tremble before the whims of another man. The hierarchy of slavery, he begins to see, is a ladder that goes all the way to the top. Even the man at the very pinnacle, Nero, is a slave to his own passions, to his need for validation, to his terror of assassination. The sensory details of the palace are overwhelming, designed to sedate the mind. The scent of saffron and cinnamon is pumped through pipes, masking the smell of the city outside. The floors are heated from below, a hypocaust system that makes the marble warm to the touch, like living skin. Water is everywhere, cascading down artificial grottos, trickling through channels in the dining tables to keep wine cool. It is a paradise built on a precipice. The tension is a physical thing, a high-pitched hum that never stops. Epictetus stands still, his lame leg aching from the long hours of waiting, but his mind is active, sharpening itself against the stone of this reality. He sees that wealth does not cure anxiety. It merely gives it a golden room to live in. He sees that power does not grant freedom. It often restricts it, binding the powerful to 1,000 obligations and terrors that the poor never know. There is a story, perhaps apocryphal but spiritually true, of a senator who fell asleep during one of Nero's long performances. He was only saved because his friends carried him out, claiming he was dead. In such a world, feigning death is safer than living honestly. Epictetus absorbs this. He learns that the only true safety lies where the emperor's reach cannot go. Inside the fortress of the will, the golden house, with all its rotating ceilings and pearl-studded couches, is a prison. The gold is just the bars. The vast gardens are the exercise yard. And everyone, from the terrified senator to the sweating Epaphroditus to the emperor himself, is serving a life sentence. As night falls over the Palatine Hill, the parties begin. The noise of revelry drifts through the corridors. Laughter that is a little too loud, music that is a little too frantic. Epictetus retreats to the slave quarters, away from the dangerous light of the court. He lies in the dark, the image of the trembling senator burned into his memory. The contrast is stark. The slave sleeps soundly because he has nothing to lose, while the master lies awake, guarding his hoard. In the quiet of the slave barracks, smelling of straw and sweat, there is a peace that the golden house cannot buy. The young man closes his eyes, and in the darkness, the walls of the palace dissolve. He is beginning to understand that the world is a stage, and most people are playing roles they did not choose, reciting lines written by fear. But what if one could choose not to act? What if one could stand on the stage and simply be? The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as the city of Rome, eternal and exhausted, finally drifts into a restless sleep. The sun has not yet risen over the Esquiline hill, but the household of Epaphroditus is already awake. In the Roman world, the day begins before the light, especially for those who serve the sun. Epaphroditus, the man who holds the deed to Epictetus's body, is a creature of the morning, a man whose entire existence is calibrated to the waking cycles of the emperor. To understand Epictetus, we must spend time with this master, this dark mirror against which the philosopher's light will eventually shine. Epaphroditus is a man of contradictions. He is a freedman, meaning he once wore the chains he now places on others. He clawed his way up from the anonymity of servitude to the right hand of Nero, a climb that required a brilliant mind, a ruthless will, and a complete suppression of the conscience. He is the secretary a libellis, the master of petitions. Every day, hundreds of requests flow towards the emperor from across the vast expanse of the empire. Pleas for citizenship, disputes over land, requests for military promotions, begs for mercy. They all land on Epaphroditus's desk first. He is the funnel through which the empire's anxieties pour. Imagine the scene in his private study, the tablinum. The room is austere but expensive, the walls painted in deep reds and blacks, the floor scattered with heating braziers to ward off the morning chill. The air smells of beeswax and papyrus, a dry bureaucratic scent that signals the business of the state. Epaphroditus sits at a heavy table, surrounded by stacks of wax tablets and scrolls. He is likely a man of intense focus, perhaps rubbing his temples where the headaches live, his eyes scanning documents with the speed of a predator looking for weakness. Epictetus stands nearby, silent, a part of the furniture. He is there to fetch a fresh scroll, to trim the wick of the lamp, to pour water. He is invisible, and because he is invisible, he sees everything. He sees the way his master's hand trembles slightly when a courier arrives with a seal from the Palatine. He sees the sweat that beads on Epaphroditus's upper lip when a decision is difficult. He sees the absolute terror that underpins this immense power, for Epaphroditus is a man on a precipice. He knows better than anyone that the favor of Nero is as changeable as the wind. One wrong word, one delayed petition, one moment of perceived disloyalty, and he could be stripped of everything: his wealth, his status, his life. This constant grinding pressure creates a volatile atmosphere in the household. A master under stress is a dangerous thing for a slave. It is like living with a large wounded animal. You never know when it might lash out simply because it is in pain. Historians have long debated the precise nature of the relationship between these two men. Was Epaphroditus merely a cruel tyrant, the villain of the story? Or was he, in his own way, a patron? It is a strange historical irony that this man, who spent his days navigating the toxic politics of Nero's court, is the very reason we have Epictetus at all. It was Epaphroditus who allowed, and perhaps even encouraged, his slave to study philosophy. Why? Perhaps it was a status symbol. In Rome, having a learned slave was a mark of sophistication, like owning a rare book or an exotic bird. To have a servant who could quote Chrysippus was a way of showing off at dinner parties. Look, the gesture says, even my furniture is educated. But there is a darker possibility. Perhaps Epaphroditus, drowning in the chaos of his own ambition, looked at the young, calm face of Epictetus and felt a pang of envy. The slave had nothing, yet he seemed to possess a composure that the master could not buy. This dynamic, the powerful man who is internally enslaved and the enslaved man who is internally free, is the crucible in which Epictetus's philosophy is forged. He watches Epaphroditus read a letter from a senator begging for a favor. The senator is afraid of Epaphroditus. Epaphroditus is afraid of Nero. Nero is afraid of the Praetorian Guard. It is a chain of fear that binds them all, a hierarchy where everyone is looking up, terrified of the brute above them. Epictetus, at the very bottom, looks up and sees the absurdity of it all. He realizes that Epaphroditus thinks he is free because he can command others, but he is actually the most enslaved person in the room. He is a slave to his reputation, a slave to his position, a slave to the next promotion. If Nero frowns, Epaphroditus collapses. The morning salutatio begins. The doors of the house are thrown open, and a crowd of clients floods in to pay their respects to Epaphroditus. These are free men, some of them wealthy, but they come to kiss the ring of the ex-slave, hoping for a crumb of influence. The noise level rises, the rustle of togas, the murmuring of flattery, the shifting of feet. "Hail, patron," they cry. Epictetus watches from the shadows. He observes the performance. Epaphroditus puts on his mask of authority, nodding graciously, dispensing vague promises, playing the role of the great man. But Epictetus knows that an hour ago, this great man was weeping over a ledger or shouting at a cook because the eggs were cold. The contrast between the public mask and the private reality is stark. It teaches the young philosopher a vital lesson. Do not be impressed by the trappings of power. The purple stripe on a toga, the golden ring on a finger, the crowd of followers. These are just costumes. Inside the costume, there is often a frightened child. There is a grim humor to be found here, if one looks closely. The petitions that cross the desk are a catalogue of human folly. A man wants permission to wear a specific type of shoe. Another wants the emperor to punish a neighbor whose tree is blocking his view. People trade their dignity for the most trivial of gains. Epictetus likely saw thousands of these requests, a never-ending parade of desires. I want, I need, I deserve. It was a masterclass in what the Stoics call indifference. Things that we think we need for happiness, but which are actually irrelevant to a good life. He watches his master grant some, deny others, and agonizing over the ones that might upset the emperor. Epictetus is playing a high-stakes game of chess where the pieces are human lives, but he is so focused on the board that he forgets he is just a player, and the game will eventually end. As the morning turns to afternoon, the sun beats down on the marble floors of the atrium. The rush of clients subsides. Epictetus retreats to the baths or to the palace, leaving the household in a temporary, breathless quiet. Epictetus remains. He has his duties, cleaning, organizing, waiting. But his mind is elsewhere. He is beginning to formulate a question that will define his life. If the master is not free, then what is freedom? It cannot be a legal status, for Epictetus has that. It cannot be wealth, for the house is full of silver. It cannot be power, for the master trembles. Freedom must be something else, something that cannot be given by a decree, and therefore cannot be taken away by a decree. The young slave limps through the silent halls, a ghost in the machine of the empire. He is starting to understand that the only true empire is the one within the skull, and the only true emperor is reason. But understanding is one thing, living it is another. And soon, the lessons of the mind will be tested by the brutality of the body, for the legend of the broken leg looms on the horizon, a testament to the fact that while the mind may be free, the flesh is always vulnerable. History often remembers a man by his face, but Epictetus is remembered by his walk, or rather, the difficulty of it. As we move deeper into the narrative of his life, we must confront the physical reality that defined his existence in the eyes of the world. His lameness. There is a profound stillness in the image of him, a man whose mind could traverse the cosmos in an instant, yet whose body struggled to cross a room. The origin of this disability is one of the most famous and debated legends of antiquity, a story that sits on the boundary between grim biography and philosophical myth. It is a story that has been whispered in lecture halls for 2,000 years, often used to test the listener's own capacity for shock. The setting is likely a room in Epictetus's house, perhaps the very study we just left, but the mood has shifted from bureaucratic boredom to sharp, sudden cruelty. The master, frustrated by some triviality, or perhaps simply exercising the absolute dominion that Roman law granted him, decides to punish his slave. He chooses a method that is intimate and horrifyingly slow, the twisting of a leg. The legend, preserved by the Christian writer Origen, tells us that Epictetus placed Epictetus's leg in a torture device, an iron boot or a rack, and began to turn the screw. The metal groaned, the ligaments strained. Pain, hot and blinding, would have flooded the young man's nervous system. The kind of pain that usually reduces a human being to a screaming animal. But Epictetus did not scream. He did not beg. He looked at his master with a terrifyingly calm expression, a look of mild curiosity, and said quietly, "You will break it." Epaphroditus, perhaps enraged by this lack of fear, twisted harder. The tension mounted, the bone bent, and finally, with a sickening crack, it gave way. Epictetus did not weep. He did not curse. He simply looked at the shattered limb, then up at the sweating, panting master, and said, "Did I not tell you that you would break it?" It is a moment of supreme, almost superhuman detachment. In that instant, the power dynamic in the room inverted completely. The man with the healthy legs was the one who had lost control, enslaved by his anger. The man with the broken leg was the master, untouched by the event. However, we must pause here, in the gentle light of historical inquiry, and ask, did this actually happen? Historians and scholars have argued over this for centuries. The Neoplatonist philosopher Simplicius, writing much later, claimed that Epictetus had been lame from a young age, perhaps born with a deformity or weakened by the rough conditions of his childhood slavery. The Soothe, a massive Byzantine encyclopedia, suggests it was rheumatism that crippled him. There is a gentler, though no less tragic, probability that his disability was simply the result of years of malnutrition and labor, the slow grinding down of a body that was never considered valuable enough to protect. Yet, the story of the leg twisting endures not because it is necessarily fact, but because it is perfectly true to the spirit of the man. It is a parable of his entire philosophy made flesh, whether his leg was broken by a cruel master or by a cruel twist of fate. The result was the same. He refused to be defined by it. He treated his own body as if it were a coat he happened to be wearing, a coat that might get torn or muddy or worn out, but which had nothing to do with the person inside it. In the Roman world, physical perfection was worshipped. Statues of gods and emperors were carved with idealized muscles and flawless proportions. To be lame was to be mocked, to be seen as less than fully favored by the gods. For a slave, it was a disaster. It lowered his resale value. It made him damaged goods. Epictetus would have felt the weight of this stigma every day. We can imagine him navigating the slippery, stone-paved streets of Rome, leaning on a crutch or a cane, moving at a different rhythm than the frantic city around him. People would have stared, some would have laughed. The Romans were known for a harsh sense of humor that found mockery of physical defects hilarious. But Epictetus developed a kind of mental armor that was stronger than bronze. He began to see his limp not as a tragedy, but as an impediment to the leg only, not to the will. Lameness is an impediment to the leg, he would later tell his students, but not to the will. And say this to yourself with regard to everything that happens. For you will find such things to be an impediment to something else, but not to yourself. There is a quiet, dry humor in how he later spoke about his body. He referred to it as a little donkey or cleverly molded clay. He poked fun at the obsession with physical beauty that consumed the Roman elite. While senators spent hours at the baths, being oiled and plucked, worrying about every gray hair, Epictetus, the man with the broken body, was free. He didn't have to worry about preserving his looks, because he knew his worth wasn't located in his skin. This is a profound liberation. Imagine the energy we spend worrying about our appearance, our health, our aging. Now imagine simply letting that go, accepting the body as a temporary vessel that will do what it does, while you focus entirely on the quality of your thoughts. It is like putting down a heavy suitcase you didn't realize you were carrying. The pain, of course, was real. Chronic injury is a noisy guest. It stays up late and wakes you up early. Epictetus would have known the dull ache of a damp winter morning in Rome, the sharp twinge of a misstep. But he used even this. He transformed pain from a master into a messenger, a reminder that he was mortal and that he must not place his happiness in something as fragile as bone and sinew. Let us return to the household of Epictetus in the aftermath of the injury, whatever its cause. The young slave is now less useful for physical labor. He cannot run messages quickly. He cannot carry heavy loads. In a ruthless calculation, he might have been discarded or sold off to work in a mill until he died. But something else happened. Perhaps Epictetus, driven by guilt or simply by the realization that this damaged slave had a mind of uncommon sharpness, decided to find a new use for him. Or perhaps the disability itself granted Epictetus a strange kind of invisibility, allowing him to sit in corners and listen, to become a creature of the mind because the avenue of the body was close to him. It is often in the breaking of the vessel that the light gets out. The injury slowed him down, forced him to observe, to sit still while the world rushed by. And in that stillness, the great questions began to rise. The sensory world of his recovery, or his daily management of the pain, would have been a mix of the medicinal and the mundane. The smell of vinegar and bitter herbs used for poultices, the rough texture of the wooden crutch polishing his palm, the sound of his own uneven footfalls echoing in the corridors, step, drag, step, drag. This rhythm became the metronome of his life. It slowed his thoughts down, made them deliberate. While others ran toward wealth and burned themselves out, Epictetus walked slowly toward wisdom. He learned that endurance is not a passive thing. It is an active, fiery state of the soul. To endure without complaining, to bear the brokenness of life without becoming a broken person, is the highest form of strength. As the sun sets over the Tiber, turning the muddy water to gold, we see the lame slave standing by a window, looking out. He is in pain, yes. He is property, yes. But he is smiling, a faint, secret smile. He has discovered that his master can touch his leg, but he cannot touch his ascent. He can crush the clay, but he cannot touch the spark. And in the silence of that realization, the slave is already freer than the emperor. The stage is now set for the next transformation, for the student is ready. And as the old proverb goes, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. And what a teacher he would be! A man as rigid and bracing as a cold wind from the north. The door to the mind does not always open with a key. Sometimes it is kicked open by a voice. For Epictetus, that voice belongs to a man named Gaius Musonius Rufus. To understand the transformation that is about to occur, we must first step out of the golden, suffocating corridors of Nero's palace and into the dusty, vibrant chaos of a Roman lecture hall. It is a singular stroke of fortune, or perhaps a calculated investment by his master, that allows the young slave to attend these lectures. Epictetus, ever the climber, likely views an educated slave as a finer asset, a conversation piece for his dinner parties. My slave quotes the Stoics, he might boast, unaware that he is handing his property the very tools that will dismantle the concept of ownership entirely. And so, Epictetus finds himself in a crowded room, likely a rented hall or the portico of a temple, surrounded by the sons of senators, ambitious young men, and the curious idlers of Rome. The air here is different. It does not smell of perfume and fear, as the palace does. It smells of old parchment, dry ink, and the sweat of men thinking hard. At the front of the room stands Musonius Rufus. He is not a soft man. History calls him the Roman Socrates. But he is more like a cliff face than a philosopher, rugged, unyielding, and totally indifferent to the weather of public opinion. He is an Etruscan knight by birth, a man of high status who has turned his back on the easy life to preach a rigorous, demanding brand of stoicism. He wears the rough cloak of the philosopher. He sports a long, untamed beard, a badge of honor among Stoics, and a source of endless confusion for the clean-shaven Roman elite. He paces the floor, his voice projecting without effort, cutting through the murmurs of the crowd. He does not speak to entertain. In fact, if the audience applauds a clever turn of phrase, Musonius looks disappointed. If you have leisure to praise me, he scowls, then I am speaking to no purpose. He is not there to tickle their ears. He is there to perform surgery on their souls. Imagine Epictetus leaning against a pillar in the back, perhaps trying to keep his weight off his bad leg. He is invisible to the wealthy students in the front rows, but his ears are drinking in every syllable. Musonius speaks of things that must sound like madness to a slave. He argues that women should study philosophy just as men do, a radical notion that likely caused a few monocles, if they had them, to drop in the audience. He rails against the luxury of the age, condemning the meat-heavy feasts, the purple dyes, the obsession with comfort. He preaches that exile, poverty, and pain are not evils, but merely indifference, backdrops against which the drama of virtue is played. But then he says something that stops Epictetus's heart. Musonius asserts that true nobility comes not from birth, but from character. A king can be a slave to his desires, and a slave can be a king of his own soul. The barriers of class, of law, of chains, they are all smoke. The only thing that matters is the ruling faculty of the mind, the hegemonikon. For the first time, Epictetus hears a definition of the world that includes him not as an object, but as a moral agent. It is a seismic shift. In the palace, he is a tool. Here, in the dusty air of the lecture hall, he is a candidate for greatness. The sensory experience of the room anchors this revelation. The dust motes, dancing in the shafts of sunlight, seem to slow down. The scratching of styluses on wax tablets sounds like the sharpening of swords. Musonius is not just teaching logic. He is handing out weapons. He teaches that the gods have given us one thing that is absolutely our own, the power to use impressions. When an insult is thrown at you, it is just noise. It only becomes an injury if you decide to interpret it that way. You can choose not to be hit. There is a scholarly debate that lingers around this relationship. Some historians question how a slave like Epictetus could have been accepted into the inner circle of such a prominent teacher. Was he merely an auditor, standing in the back? Or did Musonius recognize the spark in him and mentor him directly? The intimacy of Epictetus's later recollections suggests the latter. He speaks of Musonius with a reverence that implies personal contact. He recalls moments of sharp correction. He used to speak in such a way, Epictetus would later tell his own students, that every one of us, sitting there, thought that someone had gone to him and told him our faults. This is the hallmark of a great teacher. The ability to make a general lecture feel like a private indictment. Epictetus likely felt stripped bare in that room, his fears and resentments exposed to the light. It was not comfortable. It was not soothing. It was the rough cure. One can imagine a touch of dry humor in the classroom dynamics. Musonius was known for his wit, sharp as a paring knife. A student once asked him if he should cut his hair to look more fashionable. Musonius looked at him and asked, "Why? Is your hair a burden to you? Do you need a pack horse to carry it?" The class would have erupted in laughter, but the point landed. Why do we obsess over things that do not matter? Epictetus, watching this, learns that philosophy can be serious without being somber. He learns that a well-placed joke can shatter an ego faster than a syllogism. He sees that Musonius is the freest man in Rome, even though he holds no office. In fact, Musonius is so free that he terrifies the emperors. He will eventually be exiled by Nero, then by Vespasian, banished to the desolate island of Chiaros. But Musonius just shrugged. If I cannot live in Rome, he reasoned, I can live in Chiaros. The sun shines there too. Truth is the same there. This fearlessness is contagious. Epictetus begins to carry the atmosphere of the lecture hall back with him to the palace. The walk home is a transition between two worlds. He limps through the Subura, dodging the carts and the beggars, but the noise of the city now seems distant. He is practicing. He looks at a rich merchant, screaming at a carrier, and thinks, that man is a slave to his anger. He looks at a beggar, weeping over a lost coin, and thinks, that man is a slave to his poverty. He looks at his own lame leg and thinks, this is just wood and flesh. It is not me. He is building what the Stoics call the inner citadel. It is a fortress that requires no stone, only correct judgment. The sun begins to set, painting the Roman sky in bruised purples and blood reds. The lamps are being lit in the golden house. Epaphroditus is waiting, likely anxious about some court intrigue, perhaps needing his feet washed or his hair combed. Epictetus enters the service of his master, but he is no longer the same boy who left that morning. He performs his duties with the same precision, the same obedience. But there is a distance now. He is pouring the wine, but he is also watching himself pour the wine. He is the actor playing the role of the slave, and he is determined to play it well. Not because he fears the master, but because that is the role the director of the universe has assigned him for this act. He realizes that while Epaphroditus owns his time and his body, Musonius Rufus has shown him the deed to his soul, and that deed has his own name written on it. The night deepens and the city quiets. In the slave quarters, Epictetus lies on his mat. He rehearses the lessons of the day, whispering the Greek phrases into the dark. Ta ephemen, ta ok ephemen. What is up to us? What is not up to us? The words are solid, like bricks. He is beginning to build a foundation that will hold him steady when the world eventually collapses. He does not know yet that he will one day surpass his teacher, that his name will outshine the master who owns him and the emperor who rules them all. For now, he is just a student in the dark, holding on to a spark of reason as if it were the last candle in the world. And in a way, it is. The true classroom of Epictetus was not the lecture hall of Musonius Rufus, but the silence of his own skull. While the external world of Rome clamored with the demands of the empire, the shouting of guards, the rattling of carts, the whims of Nero, Epictetus began to construct a sanctuary that no noise could penetrate. This was the gymnasium of the mind, a concept central to Stoic thought, where the weights being lifted were not iron discs, but heavy impressions. Imagine the young slave moving through the routine of his days in the vast household. To an observer, he is simply sweeping the mosaic floor, the broom rhythmic and dull. But inside, he is engaged in a fierce wrestling match with his own perceptions. He looks at the dust he is sweeping. Is it bad? No, it is just dust. Is the act of sweeping degrading? No, it is a service. Does he wish he were doing something else? That is the trap. The moment he wishes reality to be different than it is, he loses the match. He pushes the broom, and with every stroke, he practices the art of ascent. This is what is happening. I accept it. Scholarship on the daily life of intellectual slaves suggests a fascinating paradox. While they were legally property, learned slaves, like Epictetus, often had access to the libraries of their masters. Epictetus, keen to maintain his status as a sophisticated man of letters, likely possessed scrolls of Chrysippus, Zeno, and perhaps the tragedies of Euripides. We can picture Epictetus in the dead of night, stealing moments of study by the light of a flickering oil lamp, a luxury he would have had to ration carefully. The smell of the papyrus, dry and fibrous, becomes the scent of freedom. He reads not to memorize facts, but to find a cure for the sickness of the human spirit. But here lies a scholarly debate. Did he have physical access to these texts, or was his education primarily oral, a feat of memory? Given the Stoic emphasis on memorizing short, punchy maxims, canones, to be used as mental weapons, it is likely that Epictetus carried his library within him. He did not need a scroll to practice. He needed only a crisis. And in the household of a paranoid imperial secretary, crises were as common as rain. There is a quiet, ironic humor in how he must have viewed the dramas of the household. A fellow slave might rush in, panicked, because a silver cup has been dropped and dented. The slave is tearing his hair, terrified of the punishment. Epictetus looks at the cup, then at the slave. He does not mock the fear, but he dissects it with the precision of a surgeon. The cup is metal, he thinks. Metal dense. That is its nature. Why are you surprised that the universe is acting according to its nature? He might offer a word of comfort, but internally, he is noting the absurdity. We cry over dented metal, but we do not cry when we dent our own character by becoming angry or cowardly. He begins to see the people around him, masters and slaves alike, as madmen acting out a tragedy they mistake for real life. They are actors who have forgotten they are wearing masks. He, alone in the room, is beginning to remember. This internal practice turned the household into a laboratory. When Epictetus was in a foul mood, barking orders and criticizing everything, Epictetus did not shrink away. He leaned in. He viewed a difficult master not as a curse, but as a sparring partner. This man, he would tell himself, is training me in patience. He is my personal trainer for the soul. It is a radical reframing. Just as a wrestler needs a strong opponent to become a champion, a Stoic needs difficult people to become virtuous. If everyone were kind and gentle, how would he ever learn to control his temper? In this light, Epaphroditus was unaware that he was serving his slave's education more than the slave was serving his dinner. The master thought he was inflicting punishment. The student received it as exercise. The sensory details of this period are defined by the contrast between the luxury of the setting and the austerity of the discipline. Epictetus walks past tables laden with exotic fruits, figs from Syria, dates from Egypt, and practices the discipline of desire. He smells the sweetness, feels the hunger in his belly, and then whispers to himself, "It is only a fig." He does not hate the fruit, nor does he crave it. He looks at it, acknowledges it, and walks past. He is reclaiming his own will from the tyranny of appetite. This is not about starving oneself. It is about proving that the self is not a slave to the stomach. One evening, perhaps, he stands on a balcony overlooking the city. The wind brings the scent of wood smoke and the distant roar of the Colosseum. He realizes that while the emperor can command the legions, he cannot command Epictetus to be happy, nor can he force him to be sad. That power lies behind the eyes, in the fortress of the prohairesis, the moral purpose. This awakening was not a sudden lightning bolt, but a slow sunrise. There were failures. There were days when the pain in his leg was too sharp, or the insults too cutting, and he felt the old familiar flare of anger or self-pity. But the difference now was that he caught himself. He established a watchman at the gate of his mind. When a dark thought approached, "I am wretched. This is unfair." The watchman would challenge it. "Stop. Show me your identification. Are you true, or are you just an impression?" He learned to interrogate his own mind. This is a skill that feels incredibly modern, anticipating the cognitive behavioral therapy of the 20th century by nearly 2,000 years. He was his own therapist, treating the neuroses of slavery with the logic of the Stoa. He also began to understand the profound loneliness of the philosopher. His fellow slaves likely did not understand him. They prayed to Fortuna for better luck, for freedom, for a kind master. Epictetus prayed for nothing of the sort. He realized that hoping for a kind master is still slavery, because it depends on the master. He wanted to be free even under a cruel master. This made him a stranger in his own home. He might have tried to explain it to a friend in the kitchens, only to be met with blank stares. "Why wouldn't you want to be rich?" they would ask. "Because," he might reply with a gentle smile, "wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." They would shake their heads, thinking him touched by the gods, or perhaps just broken by the whip. As the years of his servitude stretched on, the classroom of the mind expanded. He began to observe the great political storms of Rome from his quiet vantage point. He saw the year of the 4 emperors after Nero's death, a chaotic bloodbath where rulers rose and fell like waves. Galba, Otho, Vitellius, Vespasian. Men murdered for a throne that offered no safety. He saw that the higher people climbed, the more dizzy and nauseous they became. He, sitting on the ground, could not fall. There was a safety in the low places, a stability that the palace lacked. He was poor, lame, and owned by another, yet he was beginning to feel a strange, exhilarating lightness. He was shedding the weight of the world. He realized that he didn't need to change Rome to be at peace. He only needed to change his mind about Rome. The walls of his slavery were dissolving. not because the laws had changed, but because he had found the door that had been unlocked the whole time. He was ready to walk through it, not into physical freedom, that would come later, but into the absolute, terrifying freedom of the will. The lesson was learned. Now, it had to be lived. The year is 69 AD, a year that history books would later inscribe in blood as the year of the 4 emperors. But for those living through it, it felt less like history and more like the end of the world. Nero had fallen, taking his own life with the help of, ironically, Epaphroditus, the very master who owned Epictetus. In the vacuum that followed, the empire convulsed. Galba seized the throne, only to be murdered in the forum, his head mounted on a pike. Otho took his place, ruled for 3 months, and fell on his sword. Vitellius followed, a glutton whose short reign ended in a gruesome public execution. Rome was not merely unstable, it was a spinning coin that refused to land. In the household of Epaphroditus, the atmosphere was one of high-pitched terror. The master, having aided Nero's suicide, was a marked man, navigating the shifting allegiances with the desperation of a swimmer in a riptide. He knew that the favor of one emperor was often the death warrant signed by the next. Amidst this geopolitical hurricane, Epictetus found his center. It was in this crucible of absolute uncertainty that the diamond of his philosophy was finally compressed into its hardest, most brilliant form. He realized that the terror consuming his master, and indeed, the terror consuming all of Rome, stemmed from a single, fundamental error in calculation. They were trying to control the uncontrollable. They were staking their happiness, their safety, and their sanity on things that were not theirs to command. The mood of the legions, the price of grain, the favor of the Senate, the longevity of a heartbeat. It was here, perhaps while polishing a silver mirror that reflected the worried face of a passing senator, that Epictetus formulated the great divide, the dichotomy of control. It is a concept so simple it sounds like a truism, yet so difficult it requires a lifetime to master. Some things are up to us, he would later tell his students, and some things are not up to us. It sounds benign, doesn't it? But pause for a moment. Consider the radical surgery this performs on the human experience. Into the category of up to us, da F. Hemin, Epictetus placed a very short list. Our opinions, our impulses, our desires, and our aversions. In short, the movements of our own volition. Into the category of not up to us, da ook F. Hemin, he swept everything else. Our bodies, our property, our reputation, our parents, our children, our country, and even the rise and fall of emperors. Scholars and translators have long wrestled with the precise nuance of the Greek phrase eif hemin. Does it mean under our control? Or does it imply attributable to us, or our moral responsibility? The distinction is crucial. Modern readers often mistake Stoicism for a stiff upper lip suppression of emotion, or a delusion that we can control our thoughts perfectly. But Epictetus was subtler. He meant that these are the only areas where we have agency. You cannot choose whether you get sick. That is the body and external. But you can choose how you judge that sickness. You can view it as a catastrophe or as a disfavored indifferent. The germ is not up to you. The judgment of the germ is. Imagine Epictetus watching Epaphroditus pacing the atrium, waiting for news from the front lines of the civil war. The master is enslaved by the outcome. If Vespasian wins, he might live. If Vitellius remains, he might die. His happiness is dangling on a thread held by a soldier hundreds of miles away. Epictetus looks at this and sees madness. He realizes that freedom is not the ability to do whatever you want. It is the ability to want only what you can actually do. If you desire your children to live forever, you're a fool, for you are desiring something that belongs to fate. But if you desire to love your children well while they are here, that is up to you. No emperor can stop you from loving. No army can invade your capacity for kindness. There is a grim, grounding humor in how this plays out in daily life. Epictetus likely saw the absurdity of men who commanded armies but could not command their own tempers. He might have watched a powerful general scream at a clumsy barber for nicking his chin. The general has conquered Gaul, yet he is defeated by a razor blade. Why? Because he has placed his peace of mind in the hands of the barber's steady hand, an external. He has outsourced his happiness to a variable he cannot control. Epictetus, the lame slave, would sit in the corner and think, I cannot conquer Gaul, but I can choose not to be angry at a clumsy barber. Therefore, I am the stronger conqueror. This realization brings a sensory shift to his world. The chaotic noise of Rome, the screaming, the begging, the political speeches, begins to sound different. It is no longer a threat, it is just material. To Epictetus, life becomes like a game of dice. The dice are the externals: health, wealth, circumstances. We do not choose what numbers come up. That is in the hands of fortune. But how we play the hand, that is our art. A good player does not shout at the dice. He looks at the numbers thrown and plays them with skill. The texture of the day changes. The rough wool of his tunic is no longer a badge of poverty. It is just wool. The pain in his leg is no longer a punishment. It is just a sensation, a signal from the nervous system that requires management, not misery. One evening, as the fires of the civil war burn low, and Vespasian finally cements his hold on the empire, bringing a fragile peace, Epictetus stands in the quiet of the servants' quarters. He holds a clay lamp in his hand. It is cheap, fragile, easily broken. He looks at it and practices the dichotomy. If I love this lamp, he thinks, and I tell myself it must never break, I am setting myself up for weeping, for it is clay, and clay breaks. But if I say, I have a lamp, and for now it serves me, but it is fragile, then when it shatters, I will say, I have lost a lamp, not I have been harmed. It is a small thing, a clay lamp, but the logic that applies to the lamp applies to the master, to the empire, to life itself. He begins to move through the household with a strange, untouchable dignity. He is still a slave. He still obeys orders. If Epaphroditus calls, he comes, but he comes as a free man, masquerading as a servant. He has surrendered the desire to control the world, and in exchange, he has gained the control of himself. It is a trade that the wealthy men of Rome, in their frantic grasping for more power, have failed to make. They are trying to drink the ocean. Epictetus is content with the cup in his hand. The year of the 4 emperors proved that the world is a kaleidoscope of violence and change. But inside the mind of the slave, the war is over. The borders have been drawn. The treaty has been signed. He knows what is his, and he knows what belongs to the gods. And he is content to let the gods handle their own business while he attends to his. The moment of freedom, when it finally arrives, is not a crash of thunder, but a soft, bureaucratic shuffle. We do not know the exact date, nor the specific impulse that moved Epaphroditus to grant Epictetus his liberty. It may have been an act of genuine respect, a final recognition of the slave's intellectual stature. Or, more cynically, it may have been a status play, a wealthy Roman proving his magnificence by discarding a valuable asset. Historians debate the timing, suggesting it likely occurred sometime after the death of Nero, perhaps during the brief, relatively stable reign of Vespasian or Titus. But the ritual itself, the manumissio vindicta, is a piece of theatre we can reconstruct with vivid clarity. Imagine the scene in the office of a magistrate. The air is stale, smelling of old wax and the wool of waiting crowds. Epaphroditus stands there, a man who has survived the purge of emperors, looking tired. Alongside him stands Epictetus, leaning on his staff, his face composed, his eyes watchful. The ceremony is brief. A lictor, a public official, taps Epictetus on the head with a rod called a festuca. It is a light touch, barely a graze, yet it severs a legal chain that has bound him since birth. Epaphroditus then takes his slave by the hand, turns him around in a circle, a symbolic gesture of disorientation and reorientation, and then releases his grip. Manu missit. He has sent him from his hand. With that simple pirouette, the property becomes a person. The magistrate declares him free. He is no longer merely Epictetus the slave. He is now a libertus, a freedman. He likely adopts a Roman nomen, perhaps taking the family name of his former master, becoming Titus Flavius Epictetus, though history, with its habit of pruning the unnecessary, will remember him only by his slave name. The acquired one has acquired himself. Walking out of the magistrate's office, the sunlight must hit him differently. For the first time in his life, his time is his own. There is no one to command him to fetch a scroll, no one to order him to stand silent in a corner. But with this liberty comes a terrifying vertigo. A slave is fed. A slave is housed. A slave has a place, however low. A freedman has nothing but the air in his lungs and the coin in his pocket. He steps into the roaring street of Rome, not as a cog in a machine, but as a piece of drift struggling against the current. The noise of the city, the vendors shouting, the carts rumbling, is no longer the background noise of his master's life. It is the immediate, chaotic soundtrack of his own survival. He is alone. He finds a place to live, not in a villa, but in a small, humble room, likely in one of the teeming insulae that crowd the poorer districts. These apartment blocks are notorious fire traps, loud and smelling of cooking cabbage and unwashed humanity. But to Epictetus, this room is a palace. It is the first space he has ever occupied that does not belong to another man. He furnishes it with the deliberate austerity of a man who has thought long and hard about what is truly necessary. We are told he owned almost nothing. No silver plate, no soft cushions, no paintings. He had a rush mat to sleep on. He had a simple clay lamp. And he had his mind. That was enough. There is a scholarly discussion regarding his poverty. Was it a necessity forced upon him by his lack of family and resources? Or was it a philosophical choice, a deliberate cynic-inspired rejection of materialism? The answer is likely a blend of both. He was poor by circumstance, but he was content by choice. He turned his lack of possessions into a demonstration of his principles. He didn't lock his door. Why would he? As he would later joke to his students, who would want to steal a clay lamp? And if they do, they will simply find that they have become a thief, while I have only lost a lamp. I am the winner, in that exchange. This is the soft, dry humor of a man who has looked at the worst the world can do and found it unimpressive. He realized that the thief steals only from himself. He steals his own integrity. The mornings in this new life are quiet. He wakes when the light hits the shutters. He does not rush to the baths to court favor with patrons. He does not stand in line for the sportula, the daily handout given to clients by wealthy patrons, though many freedmen did. Instead, he sits, he thinks, he engages in the morning watch, a review of the day ahead. I will meet a busybody, he tells himself, echoing the exercises of Marcus Aurelius, who would come later. I will meet an ungrateful man. I will meet a bully. But none of them can hurt me, for I know the nature of the good. The silence of his room is heavy, not with loneliness, but with potential. He is like a craftsman sitting before a block of marble. But the marble is his own character. It is in this period of solitude that the teacher begins to emerge from the student. He is no longer absorbing the lectures of Musonius Rufus. He is living them. He walks the streets of Rome, not as a servant, but as a philosopher. He wears the pallium, the rough cloak that marks him as a thinker. People begin to notice him. Not because he is loud, he is likely quite soft-spoken, but because of his stillness. In a city fueled by neurosis, a calm man is a lighthouse. A neighbor might stop to ask him for advice on a wayward son. A shopkeeper might complain to him about the taxes. And Epictetus answers. He speaks in the coin Greek of the streets, plain and direct. He cuts through their complaints with a logic that is both sharp and healing. You are angry about the tax, he might say. But can you control the emperor? No. Can you control your anger? Yes. Then why are you fighting the emperor when you should be fighting your own passion? This transition from the private gymnasium of the mind to the public sphere is gradual. He does not set up a school immediately. He simply exists as a free agent of reason. But he also faces the physical realities of his new status. He is lame, he is older now, and he is poor. There are days when the bread is hard, days when the winter damp makes his leg ache with a ferocity that tests his resolve. He does not pretend the pain isn't there. He is a stoic, not a statue. He feels the cold, he feels the hunger, but he categorizes these sensations instantly. This is the body. This is external. This is not me. He treats his own physical discomfort with a kind of detached fascination, as if he were observing a scientific experiment. There is a beautiful, understated drama in his evenings. As dusk falls over Rome, the city transforms. The rich retreat to their banquets, the poor to their taverns. Epictetus lights his clay lamp. The flame is small, flickering in the drafty room. He watches it burn. He thinks about the nature of light, how it gives itself away without asking for anything in return. He thinks about the nature of the soul, how it is a fragment of the divine fire, trapped in a heavy, clumsy body. He is alone, yet he is in the company of the gods. He converses with Zeus, not as a religious fanatic, but as a rational partner. What would you have me do? He asks the universe. Where would you have me go? I am ready. This period of his life, between his manumission and his eventual expulsion from Rome, is the dawn of his true career. He is testing his voice. He is finding that he has a gift for diagnosis. He can look at a person and see exactly where their thinking has gone wrong, which desire is enslaving them, which fear is holding them back. He is becoming a physician of the soul. and the patients are starting to line up. They are drawn to this limping ex-slave because he possesses the one thing that all the gold in Rome cannot buy. He is happy, truly, deeply, unshakably happy. And in a city of miserable millionaires, that is the greatest mystery of all. The morning of his freedom has broken, and the sun is climbing higher. The heat is rising, and with it, the danger. For a man who speaks the truth to power is never safe for long, especially when the man on the throne is about to change, and the shadow of Domitian begins to lengthen across the floor of the Senate and the streets of the poor alike. The transition from a private man to a public teacher is rarely a sudden leap. For Epictetus, it was a gradual seepage, like water finding its way through limestone. He did not rent a grand hall, nor did he hang a sign promising wisdom for a fee. He simply existed in the public eye, a fixture of the Roman streetscape, and let the gravity of his character do the work. We must imagine him now, not as the young slave in the Golden Palace, but as a middle-aged man, his beard graying, his cloak worn, sitting perhaps on a stone bench near the Temple of Peace, or in the shadow of a colonnade in the Forum. The city of Rome swirls around him, a torrent of ambition, greed, and anxiety. And in the center of this whirlpool, he sits, immobile and content. It is this unnatural stillness that first catches the eye. In a city where everyone is rushing to be somewhere else, the man who is happy to be exactly where he is becomes a spectacle. Passers-by would have stopped, initially out of curiosity. They saw a lame man with the bright, fierce eyes of a hawk. They might have taken him for a beggar, tossing a copper coin at his feet. One can imagine Epictetus looking at the coin, then up at the giver and saying with a faint smile, "You pay for bread with bronze, but what do you pay for peace?" The question hooks them. It is the Socratic method reborn on the cobblestones of the empire. He does not preach, he interrogates. He engages the idle, the worried, and the lost in conversations that start with the weather and end with the nature of the soul. He becomes a street surgeon, lancing the boils of their vanity with sharp, precise questions. A young man approaches him, dressed in the height of fashion, a tunic of expensive Tyrian purple, his hair curled with heated tongs, smelling of nard oil. He is distraught because he has been passed over for a minor magistracy. He feels his life is over. Epictetus looks at this dandy, a stock character in his later discourses, and does not offer pity. Pity, he believes, would only confirm the young man's false belief that he has been harmed. Instead, Epictetus asks, "Tell me, does this office you desire carry with it the power to make you a good man?" The young man blinks, confused. "No," he admits. "Does missing it make you a bad man?" "No." "Then you have neither gained nor lost anything of value. You are crying over a toy." It is a splash of cold water. The young man likely walks away offended, but the seed has been planted. He will lie awake that night, staring at the ceiling, wondering why the lame man's words itch so much in his mind. This open-air clinic begins to attract a regular following. Scholarly debate persists over whether Epictetus formally established a school in Rome before his expulsion, or if his teaching was entirely informal during this period. The consensus leans toward a semi-formal arrangement. A circle of students gathering in his modest lodgings or in public porticos, drawn by the word-of-mouth reputation of this Socrates of the Suburra. His students are a motley crew. There are fellow freedmen seeking dignity in a world that calls them property. There are sons of senators, rebellious and looking for a cause. There are soldiers, scarred and weary, looking for a fortress that cannot be breached by barbarians. Epictetus treats them all with a democratic roughness. He does not fawn over the rich. In fact, he is harder on them. He mocks their obsession with their bodies, their frantic need for validation. You are like a man who carries a lamp, he tells them, but you are terrified the wind will blow it out, so you hide the lamp under your cloak and walk in the dark. I say, let the wind blow. If the light is true, it will burn. He uses the sensory language of the city to drive his points home. He points to the acrobats in the street. Look at the tightrope walker, he says. He risks his life for a few coins. You will not even risk a little embarrassment to save your soul. He points to the musicians. The lyre player tunes his strings to create harmony. Why do you not tune your desires to create a life? There is a distinct humor in these interactions, a cynic wit that he likely inherited from the more radical street preachers of the time, though he tempered their aggression with stoic logic. He laughs at the absurdity of the human condition. He tells a story of a man who bought a fancy iron lamp because he thought it would make him a scholar, only to realize the lamp didn't come with the wisdom included. He jokes about the tyranny of the breakfast, how men will sell their integrity for a dinner invitation. You want the meal, he says, so you praise the host's bad poetry. The price of the dinner is your honesty. It is a bad trade. The fish was not that good. As his reputation grows, so does the danger. Rome is not a safe place for truth-tellers. The philosophy of Stoicism, with its emphasis on inner freedom and resistance to tyranny, has always had a tense relationship with the Principate. To say, the emperor can kill me, but he cannot hurt me, is a political statement. It undermines the currency of fear that the empire runs on. Epictetus is aware of the eyes watching him. Informers, the delators, lurk in the crowds, listening for treasonous whispers. But Epictetus does not lower his voice. He is protected by his own poverty. What can they take from him? He has no estate to confiscate, no family to threaten, no office to strip away. He is the invincible man precisely because he is the man with nothing to lose. The atmosphere of these Roman days is thick with the dust of the streets and the smoke of the sacrifices. We can smell the garlic sausages from the vendors, hear the creaking of the water wheels in the Tiber. In the midst of this sensory overload, Epictetus carves out a space of silence. He teaches his students to create a micro-silence in the middle of noise. When the crowd pushes you, he advises, do not push back with your body. Retreat into your ruling center. There is a vast country inside you where there is no crowd. He is teaching them the art of mental teleportation, the ability to stand in a crush of bodies and be as solitary as a monk on a mountain. One afternoon, a high-ranking official stops by. He is exhausted, his face gray with the stress of managing the grain supply. He asks Epictetus, how can I be free of this anxiety? Epictetus looks at him with genuine compassion. You are anxious, he says, because you think you are the general of the grain. But you are only a soldier. The general is the universe. Do your duty, count the sacks, sign the tablets. But leave the outcome to the general. If the ships sink, they sink. Your worry will not float them. The official likely does not understand. He goes back to his ulcers and his ledgers. But for the students listening, the lesson rings like a bell. We are all soldiers in a campaign we did not plan. The only shame lies in deserting our post, not in losing the battle. As the sun sets over the 7 hills, casting long shadows that stretch like grasping fingers across the forum, Epictetus gathers his cloak. The school is adjourned. The students disperse, their heads buzzing with strange, liberating ideas. They look at the marble statues of the emperors and see only stone. They look at the lame ex-slave limping home to his empty room and see a king. The city prepares for another night of debauchery and intrigue, but in a small room in the crowded tenements, a light is lit. Epictetus sits down to his simple meal of bread and water. He is not lonely. He is conversing with Socrates, with Zeno, with God. He is preparing for the storm that he knows is coming, for the mood in Rome is shifting. The relative tolerance of the Flavians is ending. A new darkness is gathering in the palace, a paranoia that will soon look at the philosophers and see not teachers, but enemies. And when that gaze falls upon them, the test of their philosophy will move from the theoretical to the existential. The weather in Rome changes not with the seasons, but with the emperors. With the death of Titus in AD 81, a sudden stifling humidity descended upon the city, a heaviness that had nothing to do with the Tiber's mists and everything to do with the man who now sat on the Palatine Hill, Domitian. If Nero had been a performing artist seeking applause, Domitian was a paranoid bureaucrat seeking silence. History has not been kind to him, often depicting him as a sadistic tyrant who spent his solitary hours catching flies and stabbing them with a sharp stylus, a vivid, gruesome image that Suetonius preserved. Whether or not the emperor truly hunted insects, he certainly hunted men. And in the eyes of Domitian, the most dangerous game of all was not the senator plotting a coup, but the philosopher sitting quietly in a corner, thinking. To understand why a man with legions at his command would fear a lame ex-slave with a clay lamp, we must look at the peculiar threat that Stoicism posed to tyranny. The Stoics, particularly the Stoic opposition, a loose group of senators and intellectuals, insisted that there was a law higher than the emperor's decree. They believed in the cosmopolis, the city of the universe, governed by divine reason. To Domitian, who styled himself Dominus et Deus, Lord and God, this was not just a difference of opinion. It was heresy. It was a rival source of authority. If a man listened to his conscience before he listened to Caesar, he was a defect in the machinery of the state. And Domitian was, above all, a man who wanted the machine to run quietly. The atmosphere in the streets of Rome shifted from the chaotic vibrancy of the early Flavian years to a tense, watchful hush. The delatores, professional informers, were everywhere. A casual joke in a tavern, a lack of enthusiasm at a public sacrifice, a whispered criticism in a bathhouse. Any of these could be twisted into a charge of maestas, treason. Epictetus, watching from his humble vantage point, saw the best men of Rome being picked off one by one. He saw Helvidius Priscus the Younger dragged away for writing a play that was deemed critical of the regime. He saw Arulenus Rusticus, a friend and fellow Stoic, executed simply for writing a biography of a martyr. The message was clear. Memory is dangerous. Praise is dangerous. Thinking is dangerous. Scholars debate the extent of Epictetus's personal danger during this time. Was he prominent enough to be a target? Or was his low social status as a freedman a shield? It is likely that his very obscurity saved him from the executioner's blade, but not from the emperor's glare. He was teaching the very doctrines that had gotten Rusticus killed. He was telling young men that exile was nothing to fear, that death was merely a door, and that a tyrant could break a neck, but not a will. In a city governed by fear, a man teaching fearlessness is a saboteur. There is a dark, sensory intimacy to the terror of these years. The sound of heavy boots marching on the cobblestones at night became the soundtrack of insomnia for the entire city. The smell of fear, a sharp metallic scent of sweat and adrenaline, pervaded the Senate House. But inside Epictetus's small room, the air remained clear. He used the tyranny of Domitian as a teaching aid. "Look at the emperor," he might have told his students, gesturing toward the palace. "He has the power to kill us. But look at how afraid he is. He checks his food for poison. He checks the shadows for daggers. He is a prisoner in his own power. Who is the free man? The one who fears death, or the one who fears only living badly?" He treated the looming threat with a kind of clinical detachment. He spoke of the tyrant not as a monster, but as a natural phenomenon, like a thunderstorm or a fever. When a tyrant threatens you, he says, "I will chain your leg," and you reply, "Chain my leg then." He says, "I will cut off your head," and you reply, "Cut it off then." But he cannot chain your choice. It was a radical defiance, spoken not with a shout, but with a shrug. He was stripping the emperor of his power by refusing to be impressed by it. It was a form of psychological warfare where the weapon was indifference. Then, in AD 93, the hammer fell. Domitian, tired of the arrogance of the intellectuals, issued a decree. It was a sweeping order. All philosophers were to be expelled from Rome and Italy. The city was to be cleansed of wisdom. It was a massive logistical and cultural shock. Hundreds of thinkers, Stoics, Cynics, Epicureans, were given a deadline to pack their bags and get out. The intellectual lights of the capital were being extinguished all at once. For many, this was a tragedy. To be banished from Rome was to be cast into the void, to be cut off from civilization, patronage, and relevance. But for Epictetus, we can imagine the reaction was different. There is a story, perhaps apocryphal, but spiritually accurate, that when a philosopher was told of his exile, he replied, "Excellent. I was getting tired of the noise in Rome anyway." Epictetus likely viewed the decree with the same dry humor. He did not weep. He did not beg for an exemption. He simply looked around his room, gathered his few possessions, his cloak, his sleeping mat, his lamp, and prepared to leave. He demonstrated the very lesson he had been teaching, that a man's home is not a geographical location, but his own moral character. "You can send me to Gyaros," he might have thought, "and I will find the universe there. You can send me to Athens, and I will find the universe there. You cannot send me to a place where I am not with myself." The departure was a quiet exodus. One can picture the scene at the Ostian Gate or the port of Brundisium. A procession of bearded men in rough cloaks, carrying bundles, walking away from the center of the world. The Roman guards likely watched them go with a mixture of contempt and relief. The troublemakers were leaving. The city would be quieter now. But as Epictetus walked out of the city that had been his home for decades, the city where he had arrived as a slave and was leaving as a master of himself, he was not defeated. He was merely relocating his school. He knew that philosophy does not need marble porticos or imperial permission. It needs only a mind ready to think. The journey ahead was uncertain. He was heading east, back across the Adriatic, toward Greece. He was middle-aged, lame, and homeless. By all conventional metrics, he was a ruined man. But as the ship pulled away from the Italian coast, watching the coastline of the empire fade into the blue distance, Epictetus was likely the calmest man on the deck. He had lost a city, but he had kept his soul. And in the grand accounting of Stoicism, that is the only profit that matters. The wind filled the sails, pushing him toward a dusty provincial town called Nicopolis, a place of no great significance, until he arrived to put it on the map of eternity. The Adriatic Sea is a mood as much as it is a body of water. To the exile, its grey-green waves can look like a barrier, a wet wall built to keep him from his home. But to Epictetus, standing on the deck of the merchant vessel carrying him east, the sea was likely just another indifferent, a vast, fluid highway that connected the brotherhood of mankind. The voyage from Brundisium to the coast of Epirus is not long, perhaps a day or two, with a favorable wind, but it marks a psychological chasm. Behind him lay the marble embrace of Rome, the center of the world, the city that had enslaved him and then cast him out. Ahead lay the rugged, mountainous coast of western Greece, a land of ancient myths and fading glories. The ship would have smelled of pine pitch and the sweating rowers below deck. The sounds were the rhythmic thrum of the oars and the slap of the water against the hull. Epictetus traveled light. He had no chests of gold, no retinue of servants. He carried his philosophy in his head and his character in his heart. There is a profound lightness in such a journey. While other passengers might have fretted over the humidity ruining their silks or the sea air tarnishing their silver, Epictetus could watch the horizon with the serene curiosity of a man who knows that his true possessions are locked safely inside his volition, where no salt water can rust them. His destination was Nicopolis. The name means City of Victory. It sits on a promontory in Epirus, guarding the entrance to the Ambracian Gulf. It is a place heavy with historical irony. The city was founded by Caesar Augustus more than a century earlier to commemorate his victory over Mark Antony and Cleopatra at the Battle of Actium, the very battle that ended the Roman Republic and birthed the empire. It was a city built on the ruin of old freedoms to celebrate the new order. And now, by a twist of fate that the Stoics would have appreciated, this monument to imperial conquest was about to become the headquarters of the empire's greatest teacher of inner freedom. As the ship docked at the bustling port, Epictetus would have seen a city that was functional, dusty, and alive. Nicopolis was not Athens. It was not a city of dreamers and poets. It was a transit town, a crucial way station on the trade routes connecting Italy to the east. It was a city of sailors, merchants, and weary travelers. The air smelled of fish, drying nets, and the swampy vapors rising from the nearby marshes. It was a place of transit, where people were always coming or going, rarely staying. In a way, it was the perfect laboratory for a philosophy that taught that life itself is just a temporary inn, a brief stopover on a longer journey. Scholars often ask why he chose this place. Why not Athens, the ancestral home of philosophy? Why not Alexandria, with its great library? The answer reveals the practical genius of the man. Athens was a museum, a place where philosophy had become a performance, a tourist attraction for the idle rich. Nicopolis was a crossroads. Here, Epictetus could catch the high officials traveling to their provincial posts. He could catch the young men on their grand tour of the East. He positioned himself not in the ivory tower, but in the traffic jam. He wanted to teach the people who were actually running the world, or at least the people who were suffering from it. He found a small dwelling, likely near the center of town. It would have been humble, wattle and daub, or perhaps a simple brick room. The sources tell us his front door was never locked. Inside, the inventory remained the same: the rush mat, the pallet, the clay lamp. But the light from that lamp began to draw moths from all over the empire. Soon the news spread along the trade routes. The lame philosopher from Rome is here. He is speaking, and what he is saying is making the governors tremble and the boys weep. The atmosphere of Nicopolis was different from Rome. It was quieter, less paranoid. Domitian's spies were fewer here, the shadow of the Palatine Hill less oppressive. But the heat was fiercer. The summers in Epirus are brutal, the sun hammering down on the white dust until the air shimmers. Epictetus used even this. "You complain of the heat?" he would ask. "Is it not the nature of summer to be hot? Would you have the sun change its course to suit your skin? Or would you rather change your opinion of the sweat?" He taught them to align with the weather, to align with the geography, to align with reality. In this dusty corner of Greece, a routine began to form. He would wake before dawn, wash, and sit. By mid-morning, the students would arrive. They sat on rough benches or on the floor. There was no tuition fee, no registration. If you could find the door, you could enter. The school was not a building. It was a happening. It was a space where the noise of the world was shut out, and the difficult work of human reconstruction began. One can imagine the sensory details of those early days in exile. The buzzing of flies in the heat of the afternoon, the distant bleating of goats on the hillsides, the taste of the local wine, sharp and resinous, and the voice of the teacher, sometimes gentle, sometimes roaring like a gale. He was not there to be liked. He was there to be effective. "I invite you to come and be cured," he told them. The school of a philosopher is a surgery. You are not to go out with pleasure, but with pain, for you are not whole when you come in. One of you has a dislocated shoulder, another an abscess, a third a fistula, a fourth a headache. And am I then to sit down and treat you to pretty little thoughts and witty phrases? He rejected the idea that exile was a tragedy. To a Stoic, home is not a city or a house. Home is the universe. "Where can they send me?" he asked. "Can they send me out of the universe? No. And wherever I go, there will be the sun, the moon, the stars, dreams, omens, and conversation with the gods." He transformed his banishment into a promotion. In Rome, he was a tolerated curiosity. In Nicopolis, he was a king in his own domain. There is a historical debate about how he supported himself. Did he rely on donations? Did he have a patron? It is likely that his needs were so small that they were easily met by the gratitude of his students. A loaf of bread, a jug of water, a new cloak when the old one rotted. This was enough. He lived the freedom he preached. He showed them that a man with nothing to lose is the only man who can truly speak the truth. As the seasons turned, the reputation of the school in Nicopolis grew. It became a pilgrimage site for the intellect. Young men who were bored with the sterile logic chopping of Athens came to Epictetus to feel the fire. They found a man who didn't just lecture on virtue, but who embodied it with a terrifying consistency. He sat in his chair, his lame leg resting on a stool, and looked through them. He saw their ambition, their lust, their fear, and he offered them a trade. Give up the world you cannot control, and I will give you the kingdom of your own mind. The sun sets over the Ionian Sea, painting the water in shades of violet and crushed rose. The lamps are lit in the little room in Nicopolis. The exile is home. He has built a fortress out of words and will, a stronghold that will stand long after the walls of Rome have crumbled. The teacher is ready. The students are gathering, and among them, soon, will come a young man with a stylus and a stack of wax tablets, a historian who will ensure that the voice in this room echoes forever. The stage is set for the arrival of Arion, the scribe who will capture the lightning in a bottle. Sometime around the year 108 AD, a young man walked into the dusty lecture room in Nicopolis. He was roughly 20 years old, dressed in the fine tunic of the provincial aristocracy, with the alert, intelligent eyes of someone who expects to command. His name was Lucius Flavius Arrianus, known to history simply as Arion. He was a Greek from Bithynia, wealthy, well-connected, and destined for a glittering career in the Roman administration. He would one day become a consul, a governor, and a military commander who would defeat the Alans in battle. But on this day, he was just a student looking for a teacher. He took his seat among the others, pulled out his wax tablets and stylus, and prepared to listen. In doing so, he unknowingly began one of the most important acts of preservation in the history of Western thought. Without Arion, Epictetus would be a ghost. Like Socrates before him, the old master refused to write anything down. To Epictetus, philosophy was a live event, a dialogue between souls that could not be frozen in ink without losing its vital heat. Writing was dead. Speaking was alive. He believed that books could not answer back when you misunderstood them. But Arion, with the instinct of a born historian, realized that what was happening in this room was too precious to lose. He began to take notes, not polished summaries, but verbatim transcripts. He used a form of shorthand, scratching the words into the wax as fast as they flew from the teacher's mouth. He captured the rough, colloquial Greek, the sudden shifts in tone, the jokes, the insults, the questions. Scholarship has long marveled at the raw authenticity of these records. The discourses do not read like a carefully edited philosophical treatise. They read like a transcript of a fight. You can almost hear the furniture scraping the floor as Epictetus leans forward. You can feel the awkward silences when he corners a student. Arion calls these notes hypomnemata, literally reminders or memoranda. In his later preface, he apologizes for their lack of literary style, claiming he wrote them only for his own use, to keep the memory of the old man's thought and frankness alive for himself. But there is a suspicion among historians that Arion knew exactly what he was doing. He was casting himself as the Xenophon to Epictetus's Socrates, the faithful scribe preserving the wisdom of the master. The dynamic between the two men must have been electric. Arion was a man of the world, a future soldier and statesman. Epictetus was the anti-worldly sage, yet they connected. Epictetus likely saw in Arion the kind of student he craved, sharp, diligent, and capable of taking the philosophy out of the classroom and into the corridors of power. He didn't want to train academics. He wanted to train rulers, and Arian was a ruler in training. Imagine the scene, the sunlight streaming in, illuminating the dust motes. Epictetus fixes his gaze on the young aristocrat. You want to be a consul? He challenges. Fine. But do you know what a consul is? It is a man who wears a striped toga and walks in front of the lictors. But if his mind is small, he is just a little man in a big costume. Arian's stylus flies across the wax, capturing the sting of the rebuke. There is a sensory intimacy to this act of recording. The smell of the warm wax, the scratching sound of the stylus, the rustle of robes. Arian is capturing the voice of the room. He records Epictetus imitating the whining of a spoiled student or the pompous voice of a politician. He captures the laughter of the class. He preserves the moments when Epictetus is gentle, speaking of God as a kindly father, and the moments when he is terrifying, dissecting human folly with a scalpel. Through Arian's hand, we get the man, not just the theory. We see Epictetus getting frustrated. I am talking to you, he says in one discourse, but you are not listening. You are thinking about your dinner. I am pouring water into a cracked jar. Scholars debate how much of the discourses is pure Epictetus and how much is Arian's editing. The consensus is that while Arian organized the material, the voice is unmistakably that of the teacher. The style is distinct, punchy, repetitive, dialogic. It is the language of the street, not the library. It uses metaphors of wrestlers, singers, thieves, and runaway slaves. It is a philosophy that smells of garlic and sweat, not papyrus. Arian preserved this roughness because he understood that the roughness was the point. The medicine had to be bitter to work. One of the most touching aspects of this relationship is the silence of Arian himself in the text. He never inserts himself into the dialogue. He never says, "Then I asked." He remains the invisible lens, but we can feel his presence in the selection of topics. Arian, the future general, records many discourses on courage, on duty, on facing death, topics that would serve a soldier well. He listens as Epictetus explains that a soldier's oath to Caesar is powerful, but the oath to one's own character is sacred. The soldier swears to value the safety of the emperor above all things. Epictetus thunders, but you who have sworn an oath to reason, will you betray your commander? As the years passed, the stack of wax tablets grew. Arian eventually transcribed them onto papyrus scrolls, organizing them into books. Only 4 of the original 8 books of discourses have survived to the modern day, a loss that historians mourn like a missing limb. But what remains is enough. It is a portrait of a mind at work. We watch Arian growing from a boy into a man under the tutelage of the ex-slave. We see the transmission of a legacy. It is a reminder that history is often made in quiet rooms by 2 people talking, one speaking the truth and the other recognizing that it is worth writing down. The sun dips lower in Nicopolis. The lecture ends. The students file out, chattering about the lesson. Arian stays behind for a moment, perhaps to clarify a point, or to wipe the wax shavings from his tunic. He looks at the old man, who is perhaps rubbing his aching leg. There is a bond here that transcends social class. The future Roman consul bows to the freedman. He tucks his tablets into his satchel. He carries the fire of the stoa in his bag, ready to carry it out into a world that is about to catch fire itself. The scribe has done his work. Now, The words are safe. To enter the classroom of Epictetus was not to enter a sanctuary of peace, but an operating theatre of the soul. Modern notions of a safe space would have baffled the old Stoic. His school was deliberately, strategically unsafe. It was a place where egos went to die. If Musonius Rufus had been a cliff face, Epictetus was a storm, sudden, overwhelming, and capable of stripping a man down to his foundations. He understood a fundamental truth about human psychology. We do not change when we are comfortable. We change when we are shocked, ashamed, or shaken out of our complacency. And so the rough cure became his signature method, a pedagogical style that felt less like a lecture and more like a bracing splash of ice water in the face of a sleeping drunk. The sensory atmosphere of the room reflected this rigor. There were no soft cushions for the students, no refreshments served. The air was lightly stifling, thick with the heat of the Epirus afternoon and the smell of bodies packed close together. Epictetus sat at the front, his lame leg propped up, his beard unkempt, his eyes scanning the crowd for a victim. Not to bully, but to heal. He viewed himself strictly as a doctor. Men, he would say, his voice cutting through the murmurs. The lecture room of the philosopher is a hospital. You ought not to walk out of it in pleasure, but in pain. It was a grim promise. You don't go to a surgeon to be tickled, you go to have a tumor removed. And Epictetus was hunting for the tumors of the mind: arrogance, greed, self-pity, and fear. His teaching style, known as the diatribe, was a dynamic form of moral combat. He would create an imaginary opponent, or sometimes pick a real student, and engage in a rapid-fire dialogue. He did not lecture at them, he argued with them, he cornered them. Imagine a student complaining about a difficult situation, perhaps whining that the gods had been unfair to him. Epictetus would not offer sympathy. He would lean forward and snap. You have a runny nose? Then wipe it. Do not blame God for your snot. It was a crude, shocking metaphor, but it landed. The point was clear. You have hands, you have resources, you have a mind. Use them. To complain is to admit that you are too lazy to use the handkerchief the universe has given you. There is a distinct, earthy humor in these rebukes. He mocked the pretensions of the rich with a satirist's eye. He described a wealthy man who owns a silver chamber pot. You are proud, Epictetus laughs, because you urinate into silver. You are still just urinating. He stripped away the glamour of wealth to reveal the biological and moral reality underneath. He challenged the students who were obsessed with their appearance, the pretty boys of the empire. You pluck your legs, he accused one student. Are you trying to be a woman? You were born a man. Act like one. Adorn your mind, not your calves. It was harsh, yes. It was offensive to modern ears, certainly. But to the young men of Rome, drowning in a culture of superficiality, this raw authenticity was magnetic. Scholars note that this harshness was not born of cruelty, but of urgency. Epictetus believed that most people were sleepwalking through life, terrified of things that couldn't hurt them, like poverty, and chasing things that couldn't help them, like fame. To wake them up, he had to shout. He used the concept of eidos, a sense of moral shame or reverence. He wanted his students to feel embarrassed by their own lack of self-control. Are you not ashamed, he would ask, to be more afraid of a mouse than of losing your integrity? He tried to ignite a spark of self-respect that would burn away the fear. The silence that followed these outbursts must have been heavy. One can imagine the students shifting on their benches, avoiding eye contact, terrified that the master's gaze would fall on them next. But in that silence, the lesson sank in. He was teaching them that they were stronger than they thought. By refusing to coddle them, he was paying them the ultimate compliment. He was treating them as adults capable of bearing the truth. He often used the metaphor of the wrestler. God has matched you with a rough partner, he said of difficult circumstances. Why, to turn you into an Olympic victor? But this cannot be done without sweat. He also attacked the academic approach to philosophy. Many students came to him wanting to learn logic puzzles and syllogisms, to learn how to argue cleverly at dinner parties. Epictetus despised this. You want to read Chrysippus? He would scoff. Great, you can read a book. But do you live like a philosopher? If you analyze the logic of a lie, but still tell lies, what good is the book? He once threw a student out of his class for asking too many theoretical questions while living a dissolute life. You're a worm, he told him. Get out. You're rotting the rest of the apples. Yet beneath the gruff exterior, there was a profound current of love. He called his students children or brothers. He scolded them because he saw their potential and couldn't bear to see it wasted. It was the tough love of a father who sees his son drifting toward a cliff. Occasionally, the storm would break, and a moment of tenderness would shine through. He would remind them that they were carrying a God within them, a fragment of the divine reason. You are a distinct portion of the essence of God, he would say, his voice softening. Why are you ignorant of your high birth? Why do you act like a beast when you could act like a divine being? As the afternoon wore on and the shadows lengthened across the floor of the school, the rough cure would conclude. The students would leave exhausted, their egos bruised, their worldview shaken. They would walk out into the dusty streets of Nicopolis, and the world would look different. The shouting merchant was no longer an annoyance, but a test. The hot sun was no longer a plague, but a condition. They carried the bruises of the lecture like medals. They had been to the surgeon, and though the incision hurt, they could feel the healing beginning. They were learning that the only way to true peace is through the fire of self-examination, and the man holding the torch, the lame ex-slave with the sharp tongue, was the only one brave enough to burn them to save them. In the city of Nicopolis, just beyond the walls, lay a grand theatre built into the hillside. It was a remnant of Augustus's victory, a semicircle of white stone seats that looked out over the Ambracian Gulf. We can imagine Epictetus leading his students there on a quiet afternoon when the stage was empty. The theatre was a central part of Greek and Roman life, a place of masks, tragedy, and comedy. But for Epictetus, it was the perfect model of the universe. He stood on the orchestra, the dancing floor, and looked up at the tiers of empty seats. The wind whistled through the stone aisles. Look at this stage, he might have said. This is where you live, but never forget who wrote the script. This metaphor, that life is a play and we are merely the actors, became one of his most famous and enduring teachings. It struck a chord in a society obsessed with status. In Rome, your rank was your life. A senator was better than a knight was better than a freedman. Epictetus dismantled this entire social hierarchy with a single theatrical analogy. Remember, he told them, that you are an actor in a drama, of such a kind as the author pleases to make it. if short, of a short one, if long, of a long one. If it is his pleasure, you should act a poor man, a cripple, a governor, or a private person. See that you act it naturally. For this is your business. To act well, the character assigned you. To choose it is another's. The brilliance of this idea lies in its separation of the role from the actor. A bad actor can ruin the role of a king by stuttering and tripping over his robe. A great actor can make the role of a beggar profound and moving. Epictetus asked his students, "Who is the better man, the one who plays the king poorly, or the one who plays the slave with dignity?" The answer was obvious. The value is not in the costume, but in the performance. This was a radical equalizer. It meant that the slave sweeping the floor could be superior to the emperor ruling the world, provided the slave was acting his part with excellence, and the emperor was botching his lines with paranoia. Scholars often discuss the theological implications here. Who is the playwright? To Epictetus, it is Zeus, or nature, or fate. The script is the logos, the rational order of the universe. There is a deep comfort in this determinism. If you don't choose the role, you can't be blamed for the role. You are not responsible for being short or sick or poor. These are just the stage directions. You're only responsible for your reaction to them. If the script says the hero breaks his leg, then you must play a hero with a broken leg, not a hero complaining about the script. Epictetus used this to teach a profound form of acceptance that borders on defiance. He imagined a conversation with the director. "You want me to leave the stage?" he asks. "Fine, I leave. You want me to play the role of a prisoner? Fine. I will show you how a free man plays a prisoner." There is a dry, sarcastic humor in how he mocked those who tried to rewrite the play. He mimicked the whining actor. "But I wanted the purple robe. I wanted the lead role." Epictetus would shake his head. "You fool. The lead role carries the heaviest burden. You are crying because you have to carry a lighter load? Just say your lines." The sensory experience of the theater, the masks, the echo of voices, the applause, became a tool for spiritual distance. When a student was insulted in the market, Epictetus would say, "That man calling you a fool, he is just delivering a line. It is part of the scene. Why are you angry at the actor? He didn't write it." It turned life into a spectacle to be observed rather than a tragedy to be suffered. It created a buffer zone between the event and the emotion. This perspective also changed how they viewed death. To Epictetus, death was simply the stage manager cueing the exit. "The play is over," the director says. "But I haven't finished the fifth act," the actor cries. But the director is satisfied with 3. Epictetus replies, "Go. Leave the stage with dignity, just as you entered it." He stripped death of its terror by turning it into a scene change. The curtain falls, the lights go out, and the actor takes off the mask. One day, a student asked, "But what if the role is truly terrible? What if I am cast as a victim of injustice?" Epictetus leaned on his cane. "Then you have the opportunity to play the most difficult role of all, the man who suffers injustice without becoming unjust." He pointed to Socrates. He was cast as the condemned man. Did he weep? Did he beg the jury? No. He played the role so well that we are still applauding him 500 years later. As the sun set over the great stone semicircle of the theater in Nicopolis, the shadows of the columns stretched out like the hands of a clock. The students sat in silence, looking at the empty stage. They began to see their own lives differently. The soldier saw his uniform as a costume. The merchant saw his gold as a prop. The cripple saw his limp as a character trait. They were not their roles. They were the sparks of divine fire hidden behind the masks. And as they walked back to the city, the noise of the streets sounded different. It was just the hum of the audience, waiting for them to deliver their performance. And Epictetus, the old lame director, limped behind them, whispering the most important stage direction of all. Don't perform for the audience, perform for the playwright. He is the only critic who matters. One of the most persistent and damaging myths about Stoicism is that it requires a man to become a statue. There is a popular image of the Stoic as a creature of stone, unfeeling, cold, and utterly detached from the warmth of human connection. But in the dusty classroom of Nicopolis, Epictetus taught something far more nuanced and infinitely more difficult. He did not teach the death of emotion. He taught the governance of it. This distinction is crucial, for without it, Epictetus appears as a monster. With it, he emerges as a man of profound, disciplined compassion. Imagine a scene that likely played out many times. A student arrives at the school, his face swollen with weeping. He has received news from home. A child has died, or a father has been lost at sea. The other students might look away, uncomfortable with this raw display of grief. But Epictetus does not look away. He beckons the young man forward. He does not scold him for crying. In fact, the Enchiridion contains a specific instruction for this very moment. Do not hesitate to sympathize with him verbally, and even if it should so happen, to groan with him. This is not the advice of a robot. It is the advice of a human being who understands the social language of sorrow. However, there is a catch, a sharp, invisible line drawn in the sand of the soul. Epictetus finishes the instruction with a warning. But take care that you do not groan inwardly. This is the paradox of Stoic sympathy. You may offer your hand, your tears, and your words to the grieving friend, but you must not allow his grief to breach the walls of your own citadel. You must remain the lifeguard who swims out to the drowning man, strong, capable, and calm, rather than the lifeguard who swims out and drowns alongside him out of solidarity. To groan inwardly is to agree with the judgment that something objectively bad has happened. To Epictetus, the death of a mortal is not bad in a moral sense. It is natural, inevitable, and ultimately indifferent to the character of the deceased. Scholars have long wrestled with the translation of the Greek word apatheia. In English, apathy means a lack of interest or energy, a kind of depressive sluggishness. But to the Stoics, apatheia meant freedom from pathos, freedom from irrational, unchecked passions like terror, lust, and crushing grief. It was not a state of numbness, but a state of clarity. It is the mindset of the surgeon in the emergency room. The surgeon cares deeply about the patient. He wants the patient to live. But if the surgeon begins to weep and shake over the tragedy of the wound, his hands will tremble, and the patient will die. Epictetus taught that we must all be surgeons of the soul. We must love our friends enough to remain strong for them when they are too weak to stand. There is a tender, almost heartbreaking realism in how he speaks of love. He advises his students to whisper a memento mori to themselves, even in moments of intimacy. When you kiss your child or your wife, he says, Say to yourself, I am kissing a mortal. It sounds gruesome to modern ears, a macabre intrusion into a tender moment. But Epictetus saw it as an act of intense cherishing. If you know this vase is fragile and might break tomorrow, you handle it with exquisite care today. If you deny its fragility, you take it for granted. By acknowledging that his loved ones were on loan from the universe, the Stoic loved them more fiercely in the present moment, because the present was all there was. The sensory atmosphere of these lessons would have been heavy with the emotional weight of the students. The room smelled of dust and the faint metallic tang of anxiety. Epictetus would sit, his hands resting on his knees, his voice dropping to a lower, gentler register. He would ask the grieving father, "Did you think you had begotten an immortal?" It is a question that cuts to the bone. It forces the listener to confront their own arrogant expectation that the laws of nature should be suspended for their favorites. "You're a fool," he might say, not with malice, but with a corrective firmness, to wish that your children should live forever. You are wishing for things that are not up to you. You are trying to control the sunset. This philosophy was put to the test in his own life. Though he never married, late antique sources tell us that in his old age, he lived with a woman to help raise a child he had adopted. A story we will explore more fully later. He was not isolated. He lived in the thick of human need. He understood that the citadel of the self has gates, and those gates must open to let others in. But the ruler of the citadel must never abdicate the throne. He used the metaphor of the sympathetic string on a lyre. When one string is plucked, the others vibrate. This is natural. But if the vibration becomes too violent, the instrument snaps. Epictetus wanted his students to vibrate with the world, to be citizens, fathers, friends, but never to snap. He taught that true friendship is only possible between free men. If you're enslaved by your need for your friend to stay alive, you're not his friend, you're his dependent. You are using him for your safety. But if you love him, knowing he must die, you love him, not just the comfort he brings you. There is a story of a man who came to Epictetus saying he was so overcome with worry for his sick daughter that he ran away from the house because he couldn't bear to watch her suffer. Epictetus did not praise this sensitivity. He dismantled it. "Do you think you acted affectionately?" he asked. The man insisted he did, that it was natural to flee from pain. Epictetus countered, "If it is affectionate to leave a sick child, then the mother should have left, and the nurse should have left. And then, who would have cared for her? Your affection was just cowardice wrapped in a pretty name. You left because you could not handle your own distress. You made her sickness about you." This is the sharp edge of Stoic love. It demands that we put aside our own emotional indulgence to actually be useful to the beloved. It is a demanding, muscular form of empathy. It requires a strength that feels almost superhuman. As the lesson concludes, the grieving student wipes his eyes. He has not been coddled. He has been given a task. He is to go home, wash his face, and stand by the grave or the sickbed, not as a victim of fate, but as a witness to it. He is to say, "I love you, and I give you back to the earth." Outside, the wind coming off the Ambracian Gulf cools the air. The sun is setting, casting long, violet shadows over the white stones of Nicopolis. The world is beautiful, and the world is deadly. Epictetus watches his students leave, knowing that eventually he will lose them all and they will lose him. And in that knowledge, there is no despair, only a quiet, burning gratitude for the time that remains. The lesson is finished, but the practice of it, the difficult, daily practice of loving what must leave, continues. As long as the heart beats, night in Nicopolis is a different creature than night in Rome. In the capital, the darkness is never truly complete. It is always fractured by the glow of torches, the fires of the bakeries, and the restless energy of 1,000,000 souls. But here, in the province, the night is heavy and absolute. The silence is broken only by the chirping of crickets in the dry grass and the distant, rhythmic shushing of the sea. In his small room, Epictetus sleeps lightly, as the elderly often do. He owns very little to guard. There is no chest of coins buried under the floor, no silks hanging on the wall. But he does own one thing of value, a small indulgence that sits by his bedside, an iron lamp. We do not know how he came to possess it. Perhaps it was a gift from a grateful student, a sturdy, well-crafted piece of metal meant to replace the fragile clay lamps he usually used. It is a practical object, yes, but also a possession. And possessions, as Epictetus taught, are the sticky traps of the soul. One night, a noise disturbs the quiet, the sound of a latch lifting, a sandal scuffing against the stone floor. Epictetus lies still on his mat. He listens. He does not shout, "Thief!" He does not reach for a weapon. He simply waits. The intruder, moving quickly in the dark, spots the silhouette of the iron lamp, grabs it, and flees into the night. The door creaks shut. Silence returns. The next morning, the students arrive to find their teacher sitting in the morning light. But something is different. The sturdy iron lamp is gone. In its place sits a cheap terracotta lamp, the kind you can buy for a penny in the market. The students notice the change. They ask what happened. Epictetus looks at the cheap clay lamp, then at them, and smiles. Not a bitter smile, but the amused smile of a man who has just witnessed a very bad business deal. "I heard noises last night," he tells them. "A man came in and took my iron lamp." The students are outraged. They want to call the guards. They want to search the market. Epictetus raises a hand to stop them. "Why are you angry?" he asks. The man reasoned that an iron lamp is better than a clay one. He acted according to his impression. He wanted the lamp. He took the lamp. "But he is a thief," a student cries. "Yes," Epictetus agrees. "He has the lamp, but consider what he paid for it. For a lamp, he became a thief. For a lamp, he became untrustworthy. For a piece of metal, he destroyed the character of a free man." He pauses, letting the equation sink in. Do you think he got a bargain? This story, recorded in the discourses, captures the essence of Epictetus's view on property. To him, the thief was not a villain to be hated, but a fool to be pitied. The thief thought he was gaining an object, but he was actually losing his soul. In the ledger of the universe, the thief went bankrupt that night, while Epictetus merely lost a piece of hardware. I said to myself, Epictetus recounts, "Tomorrow, my friend, you will find an earthenware lamp, for a man can only lose what he has." There is a profound historical irony that follows this lamp. Centuries later, the satirist Lucian would write about a wealthy collector who bought Epictetus's earthenware lamp for the staggering sum of 3,000 drachmas. The collector believed that if he read by the light of that lamp, the wisdom of the old sage would magically enter his brain. Epictetus would have laughed until his sides ached at this. It is the ultimate punchline. A man spending a fortune to buy a symbol of poverty, thinking wisdom is something you can purchase like a souvenir. But the lesson of the lamp goes deeper than just theft. It is about the handles of the mind. Epictetus taught that everything has two handles, one by which it can be carried and one by which it cannot. If your brother wrongs you, he says, do not pick up the event by the handle of, he wronged me, for that handle will break under the weight of your anger. Pick it up by the handle of, he is my brother, or he was mistaken. That handle will hold. The theft of the lamp had two handles. The handle of, I have been robbed, leads to rage. The handle of, I have lost a lamp, leads to peace. Epictetus chose the second handle. He used this incident to teach the impermanence of all things. If you love an earthen vessel, he said, say to yourself, I love an earthen vessel. Then when it breaks, you will not be disturbed. It sounds cold, but it is actually a strategy for emotional survival. The iron lamp was not his. It was just matter, temporarily organized into the shape of a lamp, temporarily residing in his room. It belonged to the universe. The universe lent it to him, and the universe, via the agency of a thief, took it back. To complain is like checking out a book from the library and then screaming when the librarian asks for its return. I gave it back is the only rational response to loss. The sensory shift in his room that night was subtle but significant. The light from the new clay lamp was perhaps a little dimmer, the flame a little less steady than the iron one. But Epictetus likely preferred it. The clay lamp was honest, it was fragile. It reminded him every night that life is brittle. As he trimmed the wick of the cheap replacement, watching the shadow of his own hand dance on the wall, he might have thought of the thief. He didn't wish him harm. He likely wished him clarity. Poor man, he might have whispered. You have an iron lamp, and you are afraid of the dark. I have a clay lamp, and I am free. This episode became a cornerstone of his teaching on indifference. Wealth is an indifferent. It is not good or bad. It is just material to be used. You can be a good man with a gold lamp and a bad man with a clay lamp. But it is harder to be free when you have things worth stealing. The thief, in a strange way, had done Epictetus a favor. He had lightened his load. He had removed a distraction. He had proven, once again, that the only fortress that cannot be breached is the mind that desires nothing that is not its own. The popular image of Epictetus is of a solitary sage, a man who had successfully walled himself off from the messy complications of family life to preserve his tranquility. And indeed, for most of his life, this was true. He lived alone, he ate alone, and he communed with the universe in silence. But in his later years, a single event shattered this solitude and revealed the beating heart beneath the philosopher's cloak. It is a story that softens the edges of the stoic of stone and presents us with a man capable of profound sacrificial love. The silence of his small house in Nicopolis was broken, not by the scratching of a stylus or the theft of a lamp, but by the hungry cry of a child. The story comes to us from the Neoplatonist Simplicius, and it begins with a tragedy common to the Roman world, the exposure of an infant. In the 1st and 2nd centuries, if a family was too poor to raise a child, or if the child was illegitimate or physically imperfect, it was not uncommon to simply leave the baby in a public place, a temple portico, a hillside, or a trash heap, to die of exposure or be picked up by slavers. It was a brutal, accepted reality of the time, a grim solution to the economics of survival. Epictetus, we are told, had a friend, perhaps a former student or a neighbor, who found himself in such a desperate position. The friend, overwhelmed by poverty and feeling he had no other choice, prepared to abandon his newborn son. When Epictetus heard of this, the logic chopper did not offer a syllogism on the morality of population control. He did not retreat into the citadel of his own peace. He acted. He looked at the helpless infant, destined for death or slavery, and saw a fellow citizen of the universe. He took the child into his own home. This was no small decision. Epictetus was an old man by this time, set in his ways, living on a pittance. To take in a screaming, demanding infant was to invite chaos into his sanctuary. It meant sleepless nights, the cost of food, and the constant distraction of a dependent creature. It was, by all conventional Stoic definitions of indifference, a massive external burden. But Epictetus understood that the highest form of Stoicism is not the avoidance of disturbance, but the embrace of duty. The concept of oikeiosis, the process of making others one's own or expanding one's circle of concern, demanded it. He could not claim to be a citizen of the world if he let a citizen of the world died on his doorstep. And so, the lecture hall became a nursery. The sensory landscape of his life shifted dramatically. The smell of old papyrus and incense was replaced by the scent of warm milk and wool. The intellectual silence was pierced by the primal, irrational demands of a baby who did not care about the dichotomy of control. When the baby cried, it was not an impression to be analyzed. It was a hunger to be fed. To help him with this impossible task, Epictetus hired a nurse, a woman to live in the house and care for the boy. Some later historians have speculated that he married her to legitimize the arrangement, but the sources are ambiguous. It is more likely that she was a paid companion or a freedwoman, entering into a domestic partnership born of necessity rather than romance. This created a strange, beautiful tableau. The lame, white-bearded philosopher, the hired nurse, and the rescued orphan, forming an accidental family in the dusty house in Nicopolis. It was a household built not on blood, but on compassion. There is a gentle, humorous humanity in imagining Epictetus dealing with a toddler. We can picture the great teacher who struck fear into the hearts of arrogant senators, sitting on his rush mat, dangling a wooden toy for a laughing child. Did he try to teach the baby logic? Did he whisper, "It is not the spilled milk that disturbs you, but your judgment of the spilled milk," as he wiped up the mess? Likely, he simply learned the lesson that parents have learned for millennia, that love is a form of voluntary servitude, a sweet slavery that is entirely different from the chains of his youth. This episode serves as a powerful rebuttal to the critics who claim Stoicism is cold. Epictetus did not raise the child because he needed an heir, he had no property to leave, or because he sought social approval. He did it because it was the human thing to do. He recognized that while we cannot control the world, we can control our response to its suffering. To walk past the child would have been to act like a beast, not a rational being. "For what is a man?" he once asked. "A rational animal subject to death. But if he acts like a sheep, he is no longer a man." and if he acts like a wild beast, he is no longer a man. Compassion, for Epictetus, was a proof of humanity. The presence of the child also likely deepened his teaching on the role of the father. He spoke often of Zeus as a father, but now he knew the weight of that word. A father protects, a father provides, a father prepares the child for a world that will not always be kind. He watched the boy grow, watching the development of the prohoresis, the moral will, in real time. He saw how the child learned to say mine, how he learned to fight, how he learned to lie. It was a laboratory of human nature right in his living room. He saw that we are born with the instinct for self-preservation, but we must learn the instinct for benevolence. As the boy grew older, Epictetus would have begun his education. But unlike the students in the lecture hall, this student was his responsibility in a total sense. He wasn't just training a mind, he was shaping a soul from the ground up. He taught the boy that he was free, not because he was adopted by a philosopher, but because his mind belonged to God. He taught him that true strength was not in hitting back, but in not needing to hit back. One wonders if the boy understood who his father was, that this limping old man was the most famous teacher in the empire. To the boy, he was likely just Papas, the man with the rough hands and the gentle voice. The domestic chaos also gave Epictetus new metaphors. He spoke of the nurse who wipes the child and the trainer who hardens the youth. He understood the stages of life not as abstract theories, but as messy, loud realities. He lived the philosophy of role ethics to the end. The playwright had handed him a new script in the final act, The Guardian, and he played it with the same intensity he brought to the slave and the exile. He showed that a stoic life is compatible with diapers, with noise, and with the tender anxiety of raising a child. As night falls over the house, the students have gone. The nurse has put the boy to sleep. Epictetus sits by the light of his clay lamp, listening to the rhythmic breathing of the child in the corner. The house is full. His heart is full. He realizes that while the iron lamp was taken, this living light, the boy, was given. And though the boy too is mortal and must one day be given back to the universe, for now he is here. And that is enough. The old man closes his eyes, content. He has taught the world how to be free, and now he is teaching one small boy how to be a man. The circle of oikiosis is complete. The philosopher has become a father, and in doing so, he has touched the divine nature of care. The wheels of history turn slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine. As Epictetus aged in his quiet corner of Epirus, the great machinery of the Roman Empire underwent a profound shift. The suffocating terror of Domitian had long since lifted, replaced by the expansive, confident era of Trajan, the soldier emperor who pushed the boundaries of Rome to their furthest limits. But in AD 117, the throne passed to a man of a different temperament entirely, Publius Aelius Hadrianus, known to the world simply as Hadrian. Hadrian was an enigma wrapped in purple. He was a soldier, yes, but also a poet, an architect, a lover of Greek culture, and a restless spirit who could not sit still. While other emperors ruled from the Palatine, Hadrian spent his reign on the move, inspecting every province, climbing mountains to see the sunrise, and debating with scholars. He was a man consumed by a hunger for knowledge and a desperate need to understand the world he owned. And inevitably, his wandering gaze turned toward Nicopolis, where the old lame freedman was rumored to hold the keys to a kingdom even vast than Rome. The Historia Augusta, a collection of imperial biographies, lists Epictetus among the friends of Hadrian, alongside the most brilliant minds of the age. While some historians treat this source with caution, the meeting is psychologically and geographically probable. Hadrian traveled through Epirus. He loved philosophy. He sought out wise men. We can construct the scene with a high degree of plausibility. Imagine the day the imperial entourage arrived in Nicopolis. The sleepy transit town would have been thrown into chaos. The Praetorian Guard, in their gleaming breastplates and crested helmets, would have filled the narrow streets. The dust, usually stirred only by donkey carts, was now churned by the hooves of the finest horses in the world. The air would have smelled of expensive incense and the sweat of 1,000 soldiers. Hadrian, wearing the beard of a philosopher, a fashion choice he popularized, scandalous to traditional Romans, likely approached the school not with the pomp of a conqueror, but with the curiosity of a student. He left his lictors at the door. He stepped into the dim, cool room where Epictetus sat. The contrast was absolute. Here stood the master of the world, a man who could order the construction of a wall across Britain or the execution of a senator with a wave of his hand. And there sat the master of himself, a man who owned a clay lamp and a rush mat. The dialogue between them is lost to history, but we can hear its echoes in the philosophy itself. Hadrian was a man plagued by a complex melancholy, a restless energy that drove him to constant motion. He might have asked, how does a man find peace when the burden of the world is on his shoulders? Epictetus would not have been impressed by the emperor's title. He would have looked at the man beneath the purple. You ask for peace, he might have said, his voice raspy with age but steady as stone. But you seek it in travel, in buildings, in the applause of the Senate. You are looking for water in a stone. Peace is not in the province of Dacia, nor in the sands of Egypt. It is here. He would tap his own chest. You are the emperor of Rome. But tell me, Hadrian, are you the emperor of your own desires, or are you a slave to your fear of being forgotten? It was a dangerous question. Emperors had killed men for less. But Hadrian was a sophisticated soul. He valued the truth, especially when it was sharp. He likely recognized that Epictetus was the only man in the room, perhaps the only man in the empire, who wanted nothing from him. Everyone else wanted a governorship, a tax break, or a pile of silver. Epictetus didn't even want a new leg. This total lack of desire gave the philosopher a power that rivaled the emperor's. We can imagine them debating the nature of power. Hadrian might have argued that he had the power to shape history, to build cities that would last forever. Epictetus would have gestured to the crumbling ruins of older empires visible on the horizon. Stone turns to dust, he would remind the emperor. The names of kings are forgotten. You are an actor on a very large stage, wearing a very heavy costume. But the play will end. The only thing you can build that will not fall is your own character. This meeting highlights the central tension of the Stoic life, the relationship between the active life and the contemplative one. Hadrian represented the pinnacle of the vita activa. He was the ultimate public servant, exhausting himself for the state. Epictetus represented the vita contemplativa. Yet Epictetus did not tell Hadrian to abdicate. He did not tell him to retreat to a cave. He told him to rule well, to rule without anger, to rule without the arrogance that believes the world belongs to the ruler. Do your duty, Epictetus would insist. Play the role of emperor. But remember, the purple stripe is just dyed wool. The man inside the toga is the only thing that matters to God. There is a beautiful, melancholy legend that Hadrian later penned a short poem on his deathbed, Animula vagula, blandula, little soul, wandering and pale, guest and companion of the body. It is a poem of uncertainty, of a soul facing the dark. One wonders if, in those final moments, he remembered the old man in Nicopolis who spoke of death not as a darkness, but as a return. Epictetus had taught that the soul is alone from the universe, and death is simply the lender asking for it back. I give it back cheerfully, the Stoic says. Hadrian, for all his power, struggled to find that cheerfulness. As the emperor's visit concluded, the scene outside the school would have been a spectacle. The soldiers reassembling, the crowds cheering, the dust rising. Hadrian would have walked out, perhaps looking back once at the open door. He had offered Epictetus gold, surely, patronage, a better house, a position at court. And Epictetus had surely refused, politely but firmly. I have my porridge, he would say. I have my freedom. What can you give me that is better than what I already have? The entourage departed, the thunder of the legions fading into the east. Epictetus was left in the quiet of his room. The encounter was over. To the townspeople of Nicopolis, it was the event of the century. To Epictetus, it was just another Tuesday. A man had come in, asked a question, and left. The fact that the man wore a crown was an irrelevant detail, and indifferent. Epictetus trimmed the wick of his clay lamp, picked up a scroll, and returned to his work. The emperor commands the armies, but the philosopher commands the moment. And in the silence that followed, it was clear which of the two was truly the most powerful man in the world. Time is the one conqueror that even a Stoic cannot debate. And in the 2nd century AD, the years began to lay a heavy hand on the shoulders of Epictetus. The vibrant, fiery teacher who had once challenged students to wrestling matches of the mind was now an old man, his hair white as the limestone cliffs of Epirus, his famous limp more pronounced with every step. The Stoics' twilight had arrived, but for Epictetus, the dimming of the physical light was merely an opportunity to test the brightness of the internal flame. Aging, in the Roman world, was often viewed with dread, a humiliating descent into weakness and irrelevance. But in the small house in Nicopolis, aging was reframed as the final, most sophisticated module of the curriculum. The sensory world of the elderly philosopher became smaller. The walks to the theatre grew rarer. The long conversations with travelers shortened. His universe contracted to the few square feet around his chair and the courtyard, where the sun warmed his aching joints. But while the radius of his movement shrank, the radius of his mind expanded. He spoke of old age not as a tragedy, but as a harvest. The corn must ripen, he told the dwindling circle of students who gathered close to hear his rasping voice. And once it is ripe, it must be reaped. Why are you angry that you are being harvested? Would you hang on the stalk forever, drying out and rotting? That is not the nature of corn, and it is not the nature of men. He treated his failing body with the same detached humor he had applied to the thief. When his vision blurred or his hearing faded, he did not rage against the dying of the light. He He simply adjusted his expectations. "The landlord is giving me notice," he would joke. "He is knocking on the walls, saying, 'Epictetus, it is time to vacate the premises.' And I answer, 'I hear you. I am packing my bags.'" He viewed the body as a house he was renting. The roof was leaking, the foundation was cracking, and the windows were drafty. A foolish tenant complains and tries to patch the holes with desperate vanity. A wise tenant thanks the landlord for the years of shelter and prepares to move out without a fuss. There is a profound scholarly debate about the exact year of his death, usually placed between A.D. 130 and 135. This uncertainty is fitting. Epictetus would have hated the idea of a biographer obsessing over the date. To him, the when of death was irrelevant. The how was everything. He spent his final years preparing his students for his absence. He was weaning them off his wisdom, forcing them to find their own inner resources. "You have heard the words," he would rasp, pointing a shaking finger. "Now show me the deeds. A builder does not come and talk about wood. He builds a house. Go and build your lives." The atmosphere in the school during this period was likely thick with a poignant tension. The students knew they were witnessing the end of an era. The legendary Socrates of Rome, the man who had stared down Domitian and counseled Hadrian, was fading. Every lecture could be the last. This gave his words a weight, a distillation of urgency. He stopped bothering with the complex logic puzzles of the early years. He stripped the philosophy down to its barest bones. Be free. Be kind. Accept what comes. There is only one way to happiness, he repeated, like a mantra. And that is to cease worrying about things which are beyond the power of our will. He spoke often of the open door. It was his favorite metaphor for suicide and death, though he generally advised against the former unless duty demanded it. "Has it become too smoky in the room?" he asked, referring to life's hardships. "If the smoke is moderate, I will stay. If it is too much, I go. Remember this and hold it fast. The door is always open." This was the ultimate freedom. No tyrant, no disease, no pain could trap him, because he always held the key in his hand. The knowledge that he could leave gave him the courage to stay. It is a paradox that has comforted prisoners and soldiers for centuries since. We can imagine the domestic scene in the evenings, the old man, the nurse, and the adopted boy, now perhaps a young teenager. The dynamic had shifted. The man who had been the protector was now the one needing care. The nurse would bring him broth. The boy would help him stand. And in this dependency, Epictetus found his final lesson in humility. He, who preached self-sufficiency, had to accept help with grace. He had to practice the discipline of receiving. He had to show that a philosopher could be frail without being broken. One afternoon, perhaps sensing the end was near, he gave a discourse on the festival of life. He compared existence to a grand fair or the Olympic Games. "You have come," he said. "You have seen the sights. You have watched the procession. You have tasted the food. Now the festival is closing. The crowd is pushing toward the exits. Do not cry like a child who wants to stay on the Ferris wheel. Be grateful you saw it at all. Thank the host for the invitation. Wipe your mouth and leave the banquet with dignity." It is a beautiful, haunting image. The dust of Nicopolis, the noise of the market, the blue line of the sea, all of it was just a temporary show. He had enjoyed it. He had studied it. But he was not attached to it. He was ready to give back his ticket. As the Stoics' twilight deepened into night, the classroom grew silent. The stylus of Arian had likely stopped scratching by now, the great work of recording complete. The focus shifted from words to presence. The students came not to hear a lecture, but simply to be near the fire before it went out. They saw a man who was in pain, yet not in distress. A man whose body was a ruin, yet whose spirit was a fortress. In the trembling hands of the old slave, they saw the strongest thing in the empire. And as the wind from the gulf rattled the shutters, Epictetus sat calm in the center of the storm, waiting for the final summons from the director, ready to deliver his last line with perfect, quiet diction. Death, when it finally came for Epictetus, did not arrive as a stranger. For 70 years, he had been keeping company with the idea of it, inviting it into his classroom, introducing it to his students, and examining it from every angle until it lost its power to terrify. Now, sometime around the year 135 AD, the theory became the reality. The exact details of his passing are not recorded in any imperial archive or grand biography, and this silence is perhaps the most fitting tribute of all. There was no dramatic suicide in a bathtub like Seneca, no weeping crowd of disciples clutching at his robes like Socrates. There was just an old man in a small room in Nicopolis, breathing his way out of the world as quietly as he had breathed his way through it. We must imagine the scene with the sensory details of a life lived simply. The room is dim, the shutters drawn against the harsh Epirus sun. The air smells of medicinal herbs, sage and thyme, steeping in water. A futile attempt by the nurse to ease the final transition. The nurse is there, her face lined with the sorrow of impending loss, a sorrow Epictetus would understand, but gently correct. The adopted boy, now a young man, stands by the door, witnessing the final lesson of his father. How to leave. The body that lies on the rush mat is frail, a little soul carrying a corpse, as Epictetus had so often described himself. The lame leg, which had defined his physical existence and served as his constant reminder of vulnerability, is finally still. It is no longer a burden. It is just matter, returning to the elements. In the Roman world, the death of a great man was usually a loud affair. There were speeches, public mournings, the commissioning of marble busts to ensure that the face would not be forgotten. Emperors built mausoleums the size of mountains. Hadrian himself was constructing a massive tomb in Rome, now the Castel Sant'Angelo, to house his ashes. But Epictetus had no interest in such stone immortality. He had taught that a man's true monument is his character, and character cannot be carved in marble. "You wish to be remembered?" he had asked. "Then live well. If you live according to nature, you will be part of the Logos forever. If you want a statue, you are asking for a pigeon's perch." Scholars debate whether Arrian was present at the end. It is possible the historian had moved on to his political and military career, carrying the discourses with him to Rome and Athens. If so, Epictetus died without his scribe, without the man who had made him famous. This, too, fits the narrative. A Stoic does not perform for an audience. He performs for the God within. Whether Arrian was there to record the final words or not, the words had already been spoken. The life itself was the final discourse. As the breathing slowed, Epictetus likely engaged in the internal dialogue he had practiced for decades. He would have categorized the sensation of dying. The breath is short. That is the body. The heart is slowing, That is the body. Am I afraid? That is me. And because he had spent a lifetime training the me to accept the not me, there was no fear. He viewed death not as an annihilation, but as a decomposition and a recomposition. God gives the signal he had taught. He opens the door and says to you, "Come." Where? To nothing terrible, but to the place from which you came, to your friends and kinsmen, to the elements. It was a homecoming. The fire in his mind was returning to the cosmic fire. The dust of his bones was returning to the earth. The moment of death, when it crossed the threshold, was likely imperceptible. One moment, he was a philosopher. The next, he was history. The nurse would have closed his eyes. The boy would have wept, perhaps, before remembering the lesson of the borrowed child. The silence in the room would have been heavy, but it was not empty. It was filled with the completion of a task. The actor had finished the play. He had played the role of lame slave, teacher, and old man without missing a cue. He had not improvised with complaints. He had not demanded a rewrite. He had simply said yes to the script, right up to the final curtain. The burial was humble. There is no grand tomb of Epictetus in Nicopolis today, no signpost marking his grave. He was likely interred in a simple plot outside the city walls, consistent with Roman custom and his own poverty. The earth covered him, and the grass grew over the earth. The city of victory, built to celebrate a military conquest, now held the bones of a man who had achieved a far greater victory, the conquest of the self. While Augustus defeated Antony to gain the world, Epictetus defeated desire to gain peace. The irony is that, while the ruins of Augustus's victory monument lie scattered and broken on the hill, the words of the slave are still being read in every language on earth. In the days following his death, the school in Nicopolis would have felt a strange emptiness. The chair was empty. The voice was gone. But the teaching remained. The students who had absorbed his lessons became living vessels of his thought. They carried his stoicism into the Senate, into the legions, into the courts. They didn't build a temple to him. They built lives based on his blueprints. This was the only legacy he wanted. "If you wish to honor me," he might have said, "do not bring flowers to my grave. Bring virtue to your life." There is a legend that his clay lamp, the replacement for the stolen iron one, was kept by a student as a holy relic. As mentioned, it was later sold for a fortune to a foolish collector. Epictetus would have found this hilarious. The idea that his holiness resided in a piece of pottery was exactly the kind of confused thinking he had spent his life attacking. But it also shows the impact he had. He had touched people so deeply that even his trash became treasure. The sun sets over the grave and the seasons turn. The Roman Empire continues its slow, majestic, and violent trajectory. Hadrian dies, then Antoninus Pius. The world changes, borders shift, and languages evolve. But in the silence of the earth, the philosopher sleeps the dreamless sleep of the just. He has returned the loan. He is debt-free. And as the centuries begin to pile up over his name, a strange thing happens. The emperors fade into lists of dates and battles, their faces blurring on worn coins. But the voice of the slave grows clearer, louder, and more urgent. He has left the room, but he has not left the conversation. The silent departure was not an end, but a release. He is now loose in the world, a ghost of reason haunting the corridors of human anxiety. waiting for the next student to pick up the book and wake up. History loves a good echo. It delights in the symmetry of voices calling out to one another across the chasm of time. And so, decades after the clay lamp of Epictetus was extinguished in Nicopolis, his light suddenly flared to life again in the most unlikely place imaginable, the private quarters of the Roman emperor. The year is roughly AD 146. The setting is the imperial palace in Rome, a place of suffocating luxury and lethal politics. The protagonist is a young man named Marcus Aurelius, serious, bookish, and visibly uncomfortable with the weight of the destiny settling upon his shoulders. He is the heir apparent, the future master of the known world, yet he feels less like a king and more like a prisoner of his own privilege. The bridge between the dead slave and the future emperor was a man named Quintus Junius Rusticus. Rusticus was a statesman, a soldier, and a stoic of the old, hard school. He saw the potential in the young Marcus, but he also saw the danger, the seductive rot of power that could turn a good boy into a Nero. One day, in an act that would alter the course of Western thought, Rusticus handed Marcus a set of scrolls. He didn't just recommend them. He loaned them from his own private collection. "Read this," he lightly said, his voice gruff. "It is the voice of a man who owned nothing, yet possessed everything you are looking for." Marcus unrolled the papyrus. The text was the Notes of Arrian, the discourses of Epictetus. We can imagine the scene. The young prince sitting by a window overlooking the Palatine Gardens, the noise of the court fading as he began to read. The words on the page were not the polite, flowery rhetoric of the court tutors. They were rough. They were combative. They were alive. "You are a little soul carrying a corpse," the text shouted. "You are an actor in a play, not of your own choosing." For Marcus, raised in a world of sycophants who told him he was divine, this brutal honesty was oxygen. He was hearing the truth for the first time. The impact was seismic. In the very first book of his own private journals, which we now know as Meditations, Marcus lists the debts he owes to his teachers. When he comes to Rusticus, he thanks him specifically for introducing me to the commentaries of Epictetus. It is a humble acknowledgement of a spiritual lineage. The emperor bowed to the slave. The man who wore the purple realized that the man who wore the rough wool knew more about ruling than he did. Marcus began to carry these notes with him everywhere, not as a piece of literature, but as a survival manual. The scholarly consensus is that Marcus was not a natural Stoic in the way Epictetus was. Epictetus was the confident, sometimes arrogant sage who had mastered the system. Marcus was the struggling student. He was melancholic, prone to anxiety, and often overwhelmed by the sheer stupidity and cruelty of the people around him. Reading his Meditations, we see him constantly reminding himself of Epictetus's lessons, almost like a man repeating a mantra to stop his hands from shaking. "Don't be irritated at the smell of goat's armpits," he tells himself, a very Epictetan image. It is their nature. Just as it is the nature of the bee to make honey, it is the nature of the boar to be boorish. The sensory backdrop of this relationship shifts from the marble of Rome to the mud of the Danube frontier. Much of Marcus's reign was spent in grim, endless warfare against the Germanic tribes. Imagine the emperor in his tent at Carnuntum, late at night. The rain is hammering against the leather walls. The air is freezing, smelling of wet wool and wood smoke. Outside, the barbarians are waiting. Inside, Marcus is tired, bone deep tired. He lights a lamp, perhaps thinking of Epictetus's lamp, and opens the discourses. He reads, "It is not death or pain that is to be feared, but the fear of pain or death." The words steady him. He picks up his own stylus and writes, "The art of living is more like wrestling than dancing." He is wrestling with his own desire to be warm, to be safe, to be home. And Epictetus is the coach in the corner, whispering, "Stand up. You are a Roman. You are a man. Do the work." There is a profound historical irony in the fact that Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher king whom Plato dreamed of, presided over a period of immense suffering. The Antonine Plague was ravaging the empire, killing millions. The wars were brutal. The economy was shaking. If Marcus had believed that the purpose of life was happiness or pleasure, he would have broken. But Epictetus had taught him that the purpose of life was duty and virtue. "The cucumber is bitter?" Epictetus had asked. "Throw it away. There are briars in the path. Turn aside. That is enough. Do not add, 'Why were such things made in the world?'" Marcus absorbed this. He didn't ask, "Why me?" He simply asked, "What now?" He adopted Epictetus's concept of the inner citadel wholeheartedly. The empire might be invaded, the legions might fall, his own body might be coughing blood, but the ruling center of his mind, the hegemonicon, remained impregnable. "Ambition means tying your well-being to what other people say or do," Marcus wrote, channeling his teacher. "Self-indulgence means tying it to the things that happen to you. Sanity means tying it to your own actions." It was a declaration of independence from the chaos of the 2nd century. The voice of Epictetus in the Meditations is unmistakable. When Marcus writes, "The soul is dyed by the color of its thoughts," he is rephrasing Epictetus's teaching on the power of impressions. When he writes about the view from above, looking down on human life as if from the stars to see how small our armies and borders are, he is practicing an exercise the old slave taught in Nicopolis. It is a dialogue between two men who never met, yet who knew each other better than they knew their own families. One was a man who had no power but total freedom. The other was a man who had total power but no freedom, except what he could carve out in his own skull. As Marcus lay dying in AD 180, likely of the plague in a military camp near Vienna, the discourses were surely near his bedside. He was leaving an empire to a son, Commodus, whom he knew was unfit, a tragic failure of the director's script that must have pained him deeply. But even here, the voice of the slave would have comforted the king. "You played the role," Epictetus would have whispered. "You didn't choose the son. You only chose how to raise him. You didn't choose the plague. You only chose how to face it. The play is over, Marcus. The purple robe falls to the floor. The heavy gold crown rolls away. You are free." The survival of Epictetus's thought is largely due to this royal endorsement, because the good emperor loved him. The monks and scribes of the Middle Ages preserved him. But the connection goes deeper than preservation. It validates the universality of the philosophy. Stoicism was not just a coping mechanism for the oppressed. It was a grounding mechanism for the powerful. It worked in the slave quarters, and it worked in the throne room. It spoke to the human condition, regardless of the costume the actor was wearing. In the silence of the emperor's tent, the candle burns low. Marcus closes the scroll. He closes his eyes. The wind howls over the Danube, but inside the tent, there is a quietness that defies the storm. It is the quietness of Nicopolis, transported to the northern front. The slave has taught the master how to rule, and more importantly, how to die. The lineage is secure, the fire has been passed. And though the dark ages are waiting in the wings to swallow the empire, the light of this wisdom is now burning in a lantern that is storm-proof. When the Roman Empire finally collapsed in the West, it did not vanish with a bang, but rather dissolved like a sandcastle reclaimed by the tide. The aqueducts ran dry, the marble was stripped from the temples to burn for lime, and the great libraries were scattered or destroyed. A silence descended over Europe, a period often mislabeled as the Dark Ages, though it was lit by the flickering candles of a new kind of fortress, the monastery. It is here, in the cold stone scriptoriums of the Christian world, that the voice of the pagan slave found a strange and unexpected sanctuary. The survival of ancient texts is a game of Russian roulette played by history. Most of what was written in antiquity was eaten by worms, burned by zealots, or simply rotted away in damp cellars. Of Epictetus's original 8 books of discourses, only 4 survived, but his shorter work, the Enchiridion, or the Handbook, possessed a quality that made it practically indestructible. It was useful. It was small enough to be hidden in a robe, sharp enough to wake up a tired mind, and universal enough to be mistaken for Christian theology. We must imagine the sensory shift from the sun-drenched stoa of Nicopolis to the drafty, candle-lit cell of a medieval monk. The air smells of beeswax, iron gall ink, and the damp wool of the habit. A monk sits hunched over a desk, his fingers stained black, copying a manuscript. He is copying the words of a man who believed in Zeus, a man who lived centuries before the Desert Fathers. And yet, as the monk writes, he finds himself nodding in agreement. Some things are up to us, some things are not. Is this not the essence of submission to God's will? Desire nothing, and you will be free. Is this not the vow of poverty? There is a fascinating historical irony in how the Enchiridion was baptized. The early church fathers and Byzantine monks realized that Epictetus was offering a manual for spiritual discipline that was superior to anything they had produced. He taught how to control the appetite, how to ignore insults, how to despise worldly wealth. It was the perfect training guide for the monastic life. But there was a problem. The text was cluttered with pagan references. It spoke of Socrates, of the Olympics, of the gods. So with the pragmatic ruthlessness of the time, the scribes simply edited him. In the manuscript tradition, known as the Paraphrasis Christiana, we see the text undergoing a conversion. Where Epictetus wrote Socrates, the monks scratched it out and wrote Paul. Where he wrote Zeus, they wrote God. The Stoic logos became the Christian word. It was a form of literary identity theft, but it was also an act of profound respect. They stole the book because they couldn't bear to live without it. They recognized that the medicine in the bottle was too potent to throw away, even if they had to change the label on the jar. One of the key figures in this preservation was Simplicius of Cilicia, a Neoplatonist philosopher living in the 6th century AD. This was a dangerous time for philosophy. The Christian emperor Justinian had closed the academy in Athens in AD 529, effectively ending the official teaching of pagan thought. Simplicius, a refugee of the intellect, wrote a massive commentary on the Enchiridion. To him, this little handbook was not just a collection of maxims, it was a lifeline. He saw it as the gateway to the higher mysteries of the soul. While the world around him was fracturing into warring kingdoms and religious schisms, Simplicius sat in his study, painstakingly analyzing every sentence of the slave's teaching, wrapping the text in layers of protective explanation like a pearl in an oyster. The Enchiridion thus became a double agent in history. To the pagans, it was the last great summary of Stoic ethics. To the Christians, it was a manual for asceticism, often attributed to the holy Nilus of Ankara. It lived in the pockets of abbots and the saddlebags of scholars. It whispered its message of inner freedom to men who were imprisoned in the rigid hierarchies of the feudal system. The sensory experience of reading it remained consistent: the shock of the cold water, the bracing slap of the truth. Whether read by a Roman senator or a Saxon monk, the reaction was the same. He is talking about me. There is a quiet drama in the image of a manuscript traveling across the centuries. It is carried in a leather satchel across the Alps in winter. It is hidden under floorboards during a Viking raid. It is traded for a vineyard or a bag of gold. The fragile papyrus rots and is copied onto durable vellum. The skin of calves scraped and stretched. The words of Epictetus literally became flesh, written on skin, preserved by the sacrifice of the living. Each copy was a victory over oblivion. Scholars debate the extent of the text's influence during the deep Middle Ages, but we catch glimpses of it in the strangest places. We find echoes of Stoic logic in the arguments of Thomas Aquinas. We see the Stoic definition of virtue appearing in the letters of Petrarch. The seed lay dormant in the frozen soil of Europe, waiting for the spring of the Renaissance. But even in its dormancy, it was working. It was teaching the monks that their cell was not a prison, but a fortress. It was teaching them that the abbot could command their labor, but not their assent. The humor of Epictetus, that dry, biting wit, must have been a relief in the solemnity of the monastery. One can imagine a young novice, tired of the endless chanting and the strict rules, reading the passage about the bad actor. Remember, Epictetus says, "You are an actor in a drama." The novice looks up at the stern face of the prior and suppresses a smile. He realizes it is all a performance. The rituals, the robes, the hierarchy. It is just the script, and suddenly the heaviness lifts. He can play the role of the obedient monk lightly, without being crushed by it. He has found the secret exit that Epictetus left unlocked. In the East, in the crumbling Byzantine Empire, the text was revered even more openly. It was a standard part of a gentleman's education. To be civilized was to know Epictetus. As the Turks advanced on Constantinople in the 15th century, scholars packed their trunks not with silver, but with books. The Enchiridion was among the refugees, fleeing the falling city to return to Italy, bringing the philosophy back to the land of its birth. The survival of this text is a testament to the idea that true utility is immortal. We keep what we need. We threw away the bad poetry of the Romans. We threw away the dull speeches of the minor politicians. But we kept the words of the lame slave because we still needed them. We still needed to know how to stand up when life knocked us down. We still needed to know that we are not our bodies. We still needed to know that we are free. As the night deepens over the medieval world, the scriptorium grows dark. The monk blows out his candle. The smell of the smoke lingers in the cold air. He closes the heavy wooden cover of the book. The words are safe for another night. Outside, the wind howls around the stone towers, a reminder of the chaotic, uncontrollable world. But inside the book, and inside the mind of the man who reads it, there is a calm center that the wind cannot touch. The lantern of Epictetus has been passed to a new keeper, and though the flame is small, it is enough to see by. The long wait for the modern world begins. The ink of the medieval monk gave way to the oil and soot of the printing press, and with this mechanical revolution, the voice of Epictetus was amplified from a whisper to a roar. The Renaissance had arrived, waking the ancient gods and thinkers from their long slumber in the archives. In 1535, the first printed edition of the Enchiridion in the original Greek appeared in Venice, followed quickly by Latin translations that raced across Europe like a benign contagion. The little handbook was no longer a secret treasure of the church. It became the pocket companion of every humanist, soldier, and statesman who wished to call himself a man of the world. We move now into the candlelit studies of the Enlightenment and the muddy encampments of revolutions. The sensory landscape shifts to the smell of rag paper, the creak of leather bindings, and the sharp tang of gunpowder. Epictetus was finding a new kind of student. These were not men seeking monastic retreat, but men engaged in the messy, violent business of building nations and defying kings. They needed a philosophy that was portable and bulletproof. They found it in the words of the lame slave. One of the most profound encounters took place in France in the mind of Blaise Pascal. In the mid-17th century, the brilliant mathematician and theologian sat down for a famous conversation with his confessor, Monsieur de Sacy. Pascal had been reading Epictetus, and he was torn. He admitted that Epictetus was one of the philosophers who has best known the duties of man. He admired the Stoic strength, his defiance of fortune, his absolute rationality. But Pascal, a man deeply attuned to human frailty and the need for grace, felt a chill in the text. He argued that Epictetus suffered from a diabolical pride. The Stoic believed he could save himself through will alone, whereas Pascal believed man needed God to bridge the gap. This debate between the Stoic reliance on self and the Christian reliance on grace echoed through the salons of Paris. It was a clash of titans. Yet, even in his critique, Pascal could not dismiss the old teacher. He acknowledged that for the man who does not yet know Christ, Epictetus is the highest peak he can climb. The diabolical pride was simply the refusal to despair. To a Europe tearing itself apart in religious wars, that pride looked a lot like sanity. Crossing the ocean, the book landed in the hands of a Virginia planter named Thomas Jefferson. For the American founders, Rome was not ancient history. It was a living blueprint. They did not view themselves as rebels. They viewed themselves as the heirs of Brutus and Cicero. And Epictetus was their spiritual grandfather. Jefferson, who famously edited the Bible to remove the miracles, found in Stoicism a religion of reason that suited his temperament. He kept Epictetus in his library at Monticello. When his wife died, leaving him shattered, it was to these ancient texts he turned for a way to endure the unendurable. He famously wrote, "I have learned to look on the events of this world as a spectacle, and to acquiesce in the dispensations of a being who is all-wise." It was pure Epictetus. But perhaps the most cinematic application of this philosophy occurred in the winter of 1777 at Valley Forge. George Washington, The general of a starving, freezing army was facing the collapse of his revolution. He needed to stiffen the spines of his officers. He didn't arrange a prayer meeting. He arranged a play. He ordered a performance of Cato, a tragedy by Joseph Addison that was essentially a dramatization of Stoic ethics. The officers, huddled in their coats, watched the story of Cato the Younger, a Stoic who refused to submit to Caesar. They heard lines that sounded like they were lifted straight from the discourses. Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. Washington himself was a living avatar of Epictetus's ideal. He was the actor who played the role of general and later president with absolute dedication, yet without personal ambition. He famously walked away from power twice, once after the war and once after his second term. This great refusal stunned the world. King George III, hearing that Washington would resign his commission and return to his farm, remarked, "If he does that, he will be the greatest man in the world." Why did he do it? Because, like Epictetus, he knew that the office was just a role. The man was Washington. The presidency was just a hat he wore. He took it off as easily as he put it on. There is a scholarly discussion about the Stoic stiff upper lip in this era. Did it suppress emotion too much? Did it create a culture of emotional repression among men? Perhaps, but in the context of the time, an era of smallpox, revolution, and brutal frontier life, this repression was a survival mechanism. You could not afford to fall apart when the crop failed or the British marched. You had to have an inner citadel. Epictetus provided the blueprints for the psychological fortifications of the modern West. The text also found its way into the hands of women, quietly subverting the gender norms of the time. Elizabeth Carter, a brilliant English intellectual of the 18th century, produced the first complete English translation of Epictetus's works. It was a monumental task. She was a woman in a man's world, yet she understood the slave better than the male academics did. Her translation was a bestseller. It brought Epictetus out of the dusty Latin of the scholars and into the vernacular of the parlor. Through her, the old man spoke to governesses, to mothers, to writers like Mary Shelley and George Eliot. He told them that while the laws of men might deny them rights, the laws of nature gave them a will that no husband or father could command. As the Industrial Revolution began to grind its gears, filling the skies with coal smoke and the cities with a new kind of misery, Epictetus remained relevant. The Stoic emphasis on preserving one's humanity in the face of a machine-like world resonated with the new urban class. You might be a cog in a factory, but your mind was free. The dichotomy of control became a secret weapon for the worker. The boss controls the wage, but he does not control the dignity. We can imagine a copy of the Enchiridion, bound in cheap cloth, sitting on a bedside table in a crowded London tenement in the Victorian era. The pages are worn, dog-eared, at the section about illness and poverty. A man reads it by the light of a gas lamp, a sensory echo of Epictetus's clay lamp. He reads, "Men are disturbed not by things, but by the view which they take of them." He looks out at the smog-choked street. He takes a breath. He realizes that he is not a victim of his century. He is a soul on a journey. He blows out the lamp and sleeps, fortified by a voice from 2,000 years ago. The book had traveled from the slave quarters of Rome to the freezing huts of Valley Forge, from the salons of Paris to the factories of London. It had been translated, debated, banned, and cherished. It had proven its durability, but its greatest test was yet to come. The 20th century was approaching, bringing with it horrors that would make the tyranny of Domitian look like a playground. The philosophy of the slave was about to be dropped into the gulags and the POW camps of the modern age, where it would not just be read, but tested in the fire of absolute inhumanity. And there, in the darkest places men ever built, Epictetus would shine brighter than ever. The ultimate test of the Stoic armor arrived not in a Roman amphitheater, but in the sky over North Vietnam on September 9th, 1965. Commander James Stockdale, a United States Navy pilot, was flying a mission when his A-4 Skyhawk was blown out of the air by anti-aircraft fire. As he ejected, tumbling through the humid air toward a jungle village below, Stockdale did not scream. He whispered a strange, calm sentence to himself. I am leaving the world of technology and entering the world of Epictetus. It was a prophecy. Stockdale had spent years studying the Enchiridion at Stanford University, memorizing the maxims of the slave until they were etched into his neural pathways. Now, as his parachute snagged the trees and the villagers rushed him, beating him until his leg was shattered, a gruesome echo of Epictetus's own injury, he knew that the exam had begun. For the next 7 years, Stockdale lived in the Hanoi Hilton, a prison camp designed to break the human spirit. He was tortured, starved, and kept in solitary confinement for years on end. The physical conditions were unbearable. Leg irons cut into his flesh. The heat was suffocating. The isolation was maddening. But Stockdale possessed a secret weapon. When his captors stripped him of his clothes, his rank, and his letters from home, he realized they were only taking indifference. They were stripping away the externals. Do you think you have power over me? He would think, channeling the old teacher. You have power over my carcass. But my will? That is mine. The parallel is haunting. Two men separated by nearly 2,000 years. One a Phrygian slave under Nero, the other an American pilot under Ho Chi Minh, united by a broken leg and an unbroken mind. Stockdale used Epictetus not as a comforting blanket, but as a tactical manual. When he was paraded before cameras for propaganda, he disfigured his own face with a stool so he couldn't be used. He played the role of prisoner with such fierce integrity that he intimidated his torturers. He realized that shame was the real enemy, not pain. If he betrayed his fellow prisoners to avoid pain, he lost his soul. If he endured the pain, he kept his freedom. He later wrote that Epictetus saved his life, not by promising hope, but by destroying false hope. He didn't wait for the war to end to be happy. He found a way to be human inside the cage. While Stockdale was living the philosophy in the dark, another revolution was happening in the quiet, carpeted offices of modern psychology. In the 1950s, psychiatrists like Albert Ellis and later Aaron Beck began to realize that the Freudian approach, endlessly excavating the past, was often ineffective. They looked for a new way to treat anxiety and depression. They found it in the first paragraph of the Enchiridion. The insight that men are disturbed not by things, but by the views which they take of them, became the foundation of cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT. Every time a modern therapist asks a patient, "What is the evidence for that thought?" or is this catastrophic thinking helpful? They are quoting Epictetus. The cognitive revolution was essentially a rediscovery of the Stoic discipline of assent. The slave from Hierapolis became the silent co-author of the most effective psychological treatment in history. He had diagnosed the human condition correctly without an MRI or a textbook. He knew that we are storytellers who scare ourselves with our own ghost stories. By teaching us to edit the script, to challenge our own automatic negative thoughts, he handed us the keys to our own mental prisons. As we stand now in the 21st century, the voice of Epictetus is perhaps more urgent than ever. We live in an age of the dictatorship of the noise. We are bombarded by impressions from the moment we wake up. Notifications, headlines, likes, comments, outraged tweets. We carry the marketplace of Rome in our pockets. We are enslaved not by emperors, but by algorithms designed to hijack our attention and inflame our passions. The modern world tells us that we must have an opinion on everything, that we must be outraged, that we must be famous, that we must be liked. Epictetus stands in the center of this digital storm, leaning on his crutch, and shakes his head. "You're angry at a stranger on the internet?" he asks. "Why? Because he typed some pixels?" You are handing the keys of your happiness to a madman you will never meet. He reminds us that the dichotomy of control is the only firewall that works. If we try to control what the world thinks of us, we will be neurotic wrecks. If we focus on our own integrity, we are unhackable. His legacy is everywhere. You see it in the athlete visualizing the game, focusing on their performance rather than the scoreboard. You see it in the entrepreneur accepting a failure as data rather than a disaster. You see it in the grieving parent who finds the strength to get out of bed. The school of Nicopolis is no longer a building. It is a global state of mind. It is an invisible republic of rational souls who have decided to stop screaming at the rain. As our narrative journey comes to a close, we look back at the arc of this extraordinary life. We see the boy limping through the slave markets. We see the student sitting at the feet of Musonius Rufus. We see the teacher challenging the empire. We see the old man feeding the orphan. And finally, we see the ghost fading gently into the great silence of history. He did not leave us a religion. He did not leave us a political ideology. He left us something far more practical, a toolkit. Epictetus never promised that life would be easy. He promised that it could be bearable and even beautiful if we had the courage to face reality as it is, not as we wish it to be. He taught us that freedom is not a legal status, nor a financial bracket, nor a location. Freedom is a skill. It is the ability to look at the worst the world can do, the pain, the loss, the injustice, and say, "This is external. My character is my own." The lamp is still burning. It is an earthenware lamp, cheap and fragile, sitting on the table of the human mind. The oil is low. The shadows are long, but the flame is steady. It does not flicker in the wind of fortune. It burns with the quiet, cool light of reason. And as long as one person, somewhere in the dark, picks up that lamp and decides to take responsibility for their own soul, the slave is not dead. He is just waiting for the next class to begin. The fire of the history fades now, replaced by the soft blue glow of the present moment. The lecture hall in Nicopolis is empty. The dust has settled. The echoes of the arguments have drifted out over the sea, and dissolved into the rhythm of the waves, it is time to let the heavy concepts of philosophy drop from your mind like a robe slipping from your shoulders. You have walked a long way tonight, from the thermal springs of Phrygia to the marble courts of Rome, from the dusty streets of Greece to the quiet tent of the emperor. You have done the work. Now, the lesson is simply to rest. Epictetus taught that sleep too is a duty, a time to give the body back to the universe for a while, to trust that the world will keep spinning without your supervision. Let go of the handles of the day. The worries, the plans, the regrets, they are not up to you right now. They belong to tomorrow. All that is up to you in this moment is to breathe, to sink into the comfort that surrounds you, to accept the gift of the dark. The old teacher is gone, but his peace remains, a quiet sentinel standing guard at the door of your dreams. You are safe. You are free. The play is paused. The stage is dark. Sleep now with the tranquility of a mind that needs nothing but rest. Sweet dreams.